Expedition should... Nope. Oh, shit! Fuck. Me. Okay. Oh, boy. Already off to a fantastic start. What I want to do you.
Let's go.
Wait. Jean.
Hey, Jean! We're here!
Ah, Paimon and the Traveler. I've been waiting for you.
Whoa, looks like Jean wasn't the only one waiting for us. Klee and Kaya are here too.
Are they in trouble? Please tell me they're in trouble.
Oh, it's Paimon and Miss Honorary Knight. It's been so long.
Ah, look who it is. You've caught me completely off guard this time. But then again, it's always a pleasant surprise when you two show up.
Oh, quit flattering me.
Guess we were so excited to see Jean again that we forgot to knock. I hope we didn't startle anyone. Wait a sec. You weren't talking about anything that we're not supposed to hear, were you?
I was just showing Paimon late. I'll leave it to you.
Showing your guide the way? Yeah, right.
It's been a while since we last met, but I can see you two haven't changed one bit. Don't worry, we weren't discussing anything confidential. In fact, we were just talking about you.
Oh? Oh boy.
Maybe we should let the star of the story explain it in their own words.
Yeah! Let me tell it! Let me tell it! A few days ago, I was reading Todoko Tales in the solitary confinement room when all of a sudden, whoosh, a letter came flying in through the window. Flying through the window? How does a letter fly? Like a bird does. It was flapping its wings. It could even talk. It said,
did you
yeah,
get
it was
invited
bunch
to a
of stuff I
random
didn't
school?
understand.
You couldn't understand? Then it must have been talking about how to avoid solitary confinement.
Ouch.
Kaya?
Just saying. We don't want to let a teachable moment slip by.
Okay, I know. Anyway, the letter said, "Oh, Klee, are you behaving? I see you've wound up in the solitary confinement room again." Sorry about that. Mommy is busy these days and can't take you out to play. But there's good news. I have a friend who has very kindly invited you to visit her. Oh, so the letter's from Alice.
Sounds great. Anything involving her
In
typically ends
principle,
up...
yes. But the issue is that Alice's friend lives quite far from here.
Let me guess, on a deserted island.
The letter says that Mom's
Oh,
friend lives
no.
in Sumeru.
The Knights of Favonius could never agree to send Klee off to Sumeru on her own. But Klee is rather intent on taking Alice's friend up on this invitation.
So that's where we come in.
I really want to go.
You see? So we were wondering, who can we send with her on the journey? Preferably someone who's a reliable hero and with a history of saving Mondstadt.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to see us.
Yeah, makes sense.
I do apologize, but Klee gets along with you so well. We couldn't think of a more suitable choice.
So you're throwing her off on me for
we can do that,
babysitting.
no problem, right?
Okay.
Can you really miss Honorary Night?
It would be my pleasure.
Yay! With Miss Honorary Night around, Klee's not afraid of anything!
See, I told you that she'd agree. In that case, we'll leave Klee in the trusty hands of the Traveler.
Oh boy.
And you too, Kaya. You should join them. I noticed you quietly completed that backlog of paperwork we had. You deserve the chance to unwind a little.
Oh, so you noticed. Well then, I suppose I have no reason to refuse.
Great! Things will go even more smoothly with Kaya around. Still, Sumeru is pretty far.
We can just
It's
teleport.
gonna be a long journey.
We're just gonna
Don't
teleport.
worry, Mom's letter had a magic invite inside.
Hmm.
Mom says we just have to all shout out where we want to go at the same time, and poof, we'll be there in the blink of an eye. Wow, well that'll definitely make things easier.
Yeah, it sounds like a
It only
teleport
works 3
waypoint.
times though, so we should only use it when we really need to. 3's plenty. 1 for the way there, 1 for the way back, and 1 extra, just for good measure.
That one
Sounds
extra is
very
gonna.
mysterious. I still think we should use it sparingly. After all, we don't know the exact location of where we'll be headed, or what dangers we may encounter on the way.
Yeah, all we know is
Here's what I
Sumeru,
suggest.
which is quite
Traveler,
literally the
you're well
largest
I'm sure you must have
country
friends who are familiar
that we
with
have
Sumeru.
unlocked so far.
I say we start by teleporting to one of them. It'll give us a chance to test out the magic invite, and also find ourselves a local guide.
That kinda makes sense. And since it has 3 uses, there's no point letting one of them go to waste.
Couldn't have put it better myself, Paimon. So, do you have a particular contact in mind?
Well, we need someone who's familiar with Sumeru and can be our guide, so sounds like we need a forest ranger.
You sure we don't want anybody
And
from the
everyone knows
academia?
that the best place to go looking for a forest ranger is a little place called...
Gandar, Gandharvaville. Gandharvaville? Gandharvaville? Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I can't teleport here. I can't pronounce this.
That's the one. Maybe we can get Tainari to help us.
Alright, Gandharvaville it is.
Gandharvaville. Gandharvaville.
Okay, I'm happy wherever we go, especially with Kaya and Miss Honorary Night.
We should be on our way then. If you'll excuse us, Acting Grandmaster.
Yes, let the wind lead. I wish you a safe journey. And Klee,
Behave.
I know. I'll be careful, I promise. Great! Okay, here goes nothing. Take us to Gandharvaville.
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 Grand Arbor Hill.
Oh boy.
Huh? No, it's not a hill. Ah,
Brilliant job.
We made it. Paimon was sure we were about to end up someplace super weird. Sorry, it was an accident. It's okay, Klee. Good news is this magic invite really does work.
Fascinating. One moment we're in Mondstadt, the next we're in Sumeru.
Man,
So
if
this
only
is
the
where
game
Mom's
actually
friends
had
live?
some sort of system like that.
Wow, there are so many big flowers. Oh, and jumpy mushrooms.
Oh boy.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. Sumeru's full of strange stuff like this.
Oh god, we
Like,
brought Klee
um,
into a forest. Floors with mushrooms.
Yeah. Paimon was pretty creeped out the first time we saw one of those.
Listen carefully, Klee. Those jumping mushrooms are called fungi. They may look cute, but if you get too close to one, it'll try to hit you with its cap.
Really? Okay, well, I'll hit it back with my cap. And then I'll hit it with the hood on my jacket, too. I'll definitely win if it's 2 hats against 1.
Yeah, Klee. Just don't start a massive forest fire destroying the entire
As long as
ecosystem.
playing with hats doesn't escalate to playing with bombs. Klee's our friend, so we should be able to convince her to keep this trip explosion-free. Right? Uh-huh. I'll be extra careful not to blow anything up. I mean, I'll try my best.
Oh, huh?
Aw, that's very good of you, Klee. You're being very grown up today. Yep, I'm super grown up. I'm already the Spark Knight. Okay, Spark Knight. Well, keep up the good work, because very soon we'll be introducing you to a friend of ours called Tighnari in Gandharvaville.
Hey, Tighnari, we may or may not have ended up, bringing a random child here looking for her mother's friend. You think you can somehow help?
Hey, look! It's Kale! Huh? And is that Eula with her? What's she doing in Gandharvaville?
In user license agreement? Why are you here?
I've definitely heard the other forest rangers mention somebody dressed like that before.
I see. Then it looks like my suspicions are correct. Who do we have here?
Traveler and Paimon! Huh? Oh, Kaya and Klee are here too! Hi, Kale! It's been ages! Kale! Eula! What are you two doing here? Well, that question's really more for Eula.
What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into a fellow Favonian captain this far from Mondstadt. How's the vacation going?
Seriously? Bring the whole crew, why don't you?
Is it just Paimon, or does Eula not look particularly thrilled right now?
Who's up for some afternoon tea?
Oh, cool! Great idea! Let's go!
If you're trying to accommodate me, there must be some misunderstanding. I'm fine. There's nothing embarrassing about running into colleagues in the wild.
But earlier you were...
Great. Well, I'm sure there's a fascinating reason behind why you're all the way out here in Sumeru. Do share it with us.
Gotcha. Guy sure looks like he's getting a kick out of this.
If you must know, it's a little complicated. But simply put, I'm searching for a cousin of mine from the Lawrence clan. He went missing recently, and after searching his home, we found evidence that led us here. He appears to believe that somewhere in Sumeru lies the key to restoring our clan to its former glory.
He came all the way to Sumeru for that? What was he going to do? Enroll at the academia?
I doubt he came here to learn. He's much too old to start getting a basic education now, and from what I know of him, I doubt he has any interest in intellectual pursuits. All he cares about is restoring his clan's honor. Nothing wrong with that idea in principle, but I'm not certain how fanatical he is about it. So, there's no knowing what lengths he might go to. As a knight and a member of the Lawrence clan, it's my duty to make sure he doesn't bring harm to others.
Oh-ho. If this is true, then your cousin is quite a man of action. Traveling alone to Sumeru from Mondstadt is no mean feat.
Nor is daring to make me personally concerned about his safety. He has no idea what's coming to him.
You know, underneath it all, Paimon thinks Eula's a really caring person.
Paimon, we
She's
figured
the
this out.
best. She brought me some moon pie last time.
He is family, after all. Anyway, I will make sure to find him and escort him safely back to Mondstadt.
Really going the extra mile for him.
Now, back to you. How and why did you all suddenly show up here?
Teleportation.
I'm afraid that could be tricky. Master Tighnari is still at Pardis the Eye delivering his lectures. He isn't due back for a while. But I think I'll be able to help out. The description in the invitation letter is vague, but I'm pretty sure it's hinting at somewhere in the desert.
The desert?
Does that mean Mom's friend is from the desert? I guess I'll call her Auntie Desert for now. I remember Mahamatra Sino once told me a strange rumor about that part of the desert. They say there's a secret domain there that can make all of your wishes come true.
Oh boy.
Wait. He said I should just call him Sino. I keep forgetting that.
It's okay.
A domain that makes people's wishes come true.
Wow. So is it true? Does it really exist? I probably would have believed it a few years ago. But now that I'm a little older and wiser, I think it makes sense to be more skeptical about things like this.
And yet,
This
it's
explains a
probably
lot.
somehow true.
The domain could well be a myth, but he probably figured he had nothing to lose. If you intend to search for this place, then please allow me to join you. My cousin has quite a collection of books about Sumeru desert mythology on his shelves. I highly suspect that he, too, is looking for that domain.
Can I come too? I think you might need me there.
Oh,
You'll definitely need a local guide while you're in Sumeru. And I think I have what it takes to be that person. Plus, it's a forest ranger's duty to bravely lend a helping hand to others in need.
We have every confidence in your abilities, Kale. Our party grows bigger and stronger still. What say you to this, Captain Klee?
I think it's super cool! I read in a storybook that on your own you can only have a drop of happiness, but in a group you have a whole ocean. So I'm sure Mom's friend will be super happy if I show up to visit and bring a whole bunch of friends with me. That's the spirit. In that case, let's get the magic invite to take us there.
oh my god, we're wasting it again. And she didn't screw up this time?
Whoa! This desert is huge! Wow, what an incredible sight.
Yes. The scenery is quite magnificent.
You
Are
good?
you okay, Eula? You don't look so good.
I'm fine. Just taking a moment to acclimatize. The air here is much drier than in Mondstadt. This area doesn't look very habitable, and I don't see a domain entrance nearby either.
Oh no. I didn't pronounce the destination wrong. Did I? I mean, I don't think I did.
Oh, call me.
You got it right. It definitely wasn't your fault.
Are we on
I said
top of it?
Gandharvaville wrong earlier, but we still ended up in the right place.
Klee's right. We're in the right place. There's no doubt about that.
Phew. Maybe the entrance is hidden under a sand dune.
Who knows? We'll just have to start by looking around.
Time to start digging. You're in charge of the shovel duty. Klee is in charge of excavation duty.
So tired.
Via bombs.
So thirsty.
We should be good. And luckily,
Should've
this is a
found
desert,
something
so
by
we don't
now.
have to worry too much about a
Unless
forest
there's a
fire.
problem with the magic invite.
Just a little grass
How
burn.
could that happen? Uh-oh. Did I break it by accident? But I didn't do anything. Todoko will
Yes, you are.
It's definitely not your fault, Klee. See? Not even a wrinkle on it.
If the domain is somewhere nearby,
Does Miss Honorary Knight have an idea?
instead of us trying to find the domain,
Paimon knows where you're going with this.
we can try getting the domain to find us.
Interesting approach. Assuming we're right about this magic invite. That is to say, if it was sent from within the domain, the invite likely has some sort of connection to it.
Oh, I get
I
it
also
now.
see a bunch of things I
Plus,
missed.
I know a super special trick we can use.
What kind of trick? Can you teach it to us too?
Of course! Mom said that if I ever need help, I just need to shout this out loud. Magic invite, Klee needs your aid. Do something now, so Klee's not afraid. Something flew over.
Huh.
It looks like a bottle.
Oh boy, let me guess.
Remarkably effective.
We're
That's
gonna
one trick
go
I'll be
inside the
keeping up
bottle?
my sleeve in the future. You should make a note of it too, Eula.
Absolutely not. It's not my style.
I suppose bottles are pretty common in Sumerian mythology. So, is this supposed to
Sure
be the
not
entrance
lamps?
to the domain? A domain? In a bottle? Huh. Well, if there's one thing we learned in Liyue, it's never judge a domain by its cover.
Pretty
Guess
much.
There's one way to find out if this really is the way in. Come on, reach out with your hand.
Touch.
We made it! That answers that question. There's a path! I'm gonna take a look.
Hey, don't...
Oh, right, I haven't done any of the test run. Hold on. Let's try test run.
No rest for the wicked. Job.
Shake an ass!
You're open. You're open. I wasn't done.
Crush! Freeze to the core!
Boop.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. A new job. You're open.
Final warning! Now's our chance!
Yeah! Look at you, Bluetail!
Die.
Beg for mercy.
She does so much damage.
Flood of frost!
As you wish, main Fräulein. My hammer.
Pew pew! Diana special!
Crush!
Boop. Boop. Please.
No, my sword! Witness the power of Gu!
Boing, boing, boom! Hi-ya! Blow them all up!
Kill everything.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Cold, mine's a command. My guiding stars.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter!
Sparks! Wow!
Whoa,
Hi-ya! Stand back! Let me weave you a verse. Dumpy Dumpty go! Throw them all up!
Okay. No! Well, actually, I can check to see. Yeah, her. And then just straight up Pale Flame. Okay.
Providing cover fire.
Hot odds for beat on the rocks!
Doop.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Leave the wounded to me.
Doop. Hold, go into aiming mode.
Get back! Now's our chance. I'm fine.
Can't handle your dream!
Doop. Okay. Exit. I am.
Engaging.
Also, this is literally the same. Oh my god, game.
Leave the wounded to me. Providing cover.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
You're open!
Done. Done. You're open.
Engaging. Now's our chance.
Oz reveal! Pew pew! Look at you, Boozle! Yeah!
Final warning. Let's keep going, team.
Midnight Phantasmagoria! Diana Special! Pew pew!
Okay. And let's see what they choose for, guy who's really only good for Virgin. Okay, Tama. They don't actually try to...
Cool it.
Booba, get them!
Don't get too close. Here's backup. Don't get frostbite.
Eat this!
it up!
Nice and spicy.
Freeze! Oh, so sorry.
Race you! Boba, get them! You're toast!
I got you covered! Don't get too close!
This moment will be frozen in time.
Exit. And what do we have?
Look! There's a huge garden here!
Please don't blow anything up.
Incredible. It looked so small from the outside. Everyone, I suggest that we stop here for a moment. We should take stock of our surroundings before deciding on our next course of action.
Since we're in a bottle, has anyone heard the story of the magic bottle?
Oh, you mean the one about King Destret and the genie in a bottle? I've read it before, but I struggled with some of the vocabulary. What's the story about, Kaya? Mom told me a story once about a group of adventurers who went to Bottle Land. But I don't think there was a magic bottle in that one.
Don't worry, Klee. I can tell you all about the story of the magic bottle. But if you keep running off on your own, you'll miss all the good parts.
Oh. Okay, I got it. I'll stay with the group from now on.
You sense it too, don't you, Kale? Something's not quite right.
Yeah, the scenery here is beautiful, but it's too quiet. And there's no sign of Klee's Auntie Desert here anywhere. Maybe Auntie Desert lives way further down inside. This place is super big, just like Fischl's Immer Nachtreich. We still have a long way to go. Guess we won't know until we get there. Let's keep going. Hopefully we'll meet her soon.
Invitation from afar. Doop. Nothing noteworthy currently. Seems about right.
Speed of light. Hey!
Mushrooms and meat. Mushrooms and meat. Berries. What is... Oh, the trade voucher things. Oh, I can't really do that quest until I finish this one. Oop.
It looks like no one set foot on this road for quite some time.
There's a road? Oh,
I
there
agree.
is.
And the further we get, the more I feel like this place is a whole lot bigger than we imagined. Hey, there's something strange up ahead. Let's check it out.
on! Break forth!
Burn.
Speed of light. Hey!
Mine. Mine, 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 mine. Mine, mine, mine.
That's everything. On to the next.
Right. Doop, doop, doop. What was I? Oh, right. Will this thing go up to 90 yet? Nope. God. I very much hit the pain of trying to get anything up to 90. I have very much learned a lesson. 90 ain't fucking worth it, apparently. Come on. Why? Where's the... Oh, there they are.
Allow me. Try this on yourself.
Okay, free chest.
That's everything. On to the next.
Doop doop, more mat. Doop.
Don't blink. Hey!
Doop. Anything not worth climbing up here, I see. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
What the hell? What is? It's Murd. Oh, hey, there's a challenge thing over here too. Neat. Oh. Shit. What the fuck? Yay.
It's important to replenish your supplies often when you're out in the wild. Yep.
There's also an item I apparently missed over here. Sweet. Oop. Also, there's a ticket thing. Good. Just.
That's everything. On to the next.
Eat. I can't. Okay.
Wow. It's a big ball of water. I wonder what it like. Can I touch it?
Touch.
It's so big that we could probably pass straight through it.
And that was the last we've ever heard of from Paimon.
That's so scary! Stop giving Paimon the heebie-jeebies!
Let's not touch it for now. We still don't know enough about our environment.
But we can't just do nothing at all, because then nothing at all will happen.
I have a feeling that this could be the core that sustains this entire bottle domain. In which case, the moment we touch it, this place will instantly revert to its original size, with all of us still inside.
Yikes. Okay. Paimon won't touch it. Jeez. Kaya, are we really gonna get squished inside a bottle?
Of course not, Klee. I'm sure the real core of this domain is hidden away in a very safe place. Somewhere like... over there, for example.
I was so nervous that I didn't notice that big wheel at all.
Wait, who goes there?
Gurgle?
It's the waterball monster! Ah! The waterball monster is real!
Gurgle?
It doesn't seem hostile. In fact, don't you think it looks happy to see us? Really? You sure it's not gonna gobble up Paimon whole?
Gurgle?
I don't think it's hungry. Are you, Water Droplet?
Gurgle.
Oh dear. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm not understanding a word of this.
Good job, Kaya.
Wait for
You
us!
You hurt its feelings. Gurgle.
Why'd it stop? Maybe it can understand us after all.
I mean, it sure definitely seems like it.
Oh, I get it now. It's leading the way for us, just like the cats in Mondstadt. Like the cats? How so?
When you're walking around in Mondstadt City, sometimes a cat will show up on the side of the road. It'll walk ahead of you for a while, and if you're curious enough to follow it, you'll soon find yourself in front of a fine establishment called...
The Cat's Tail.
Exactly. So let's see where this water droplet takes us. It could be interesting.
Wait. Grab. Is it just gonna be a straight shot?
It went this way, right? Oh, hope we haven't lost it. Did the water droplet go into that cave?
No, I see it, but... Wait. What? Oh boy. There's not just one.
Speed of light! Go! Cut to the chase!
Ew. Oh. Ooh, free treasure. Thank you.
Not bad. As far as treasure is concerned.
Challenges, more of these blobs. Oh my god, so many water blobs. Oh, ticket, 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 ticket. Eat. Eat. Did I get him to... Yes, I did. That's actually decently leveled up. Deep Woods, but... I think... They all have it. Okay.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Doop 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 doop. Hmm. You.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Wait, hold on. What do you have? Okay, you had Deepwood, and you have 2 gilded. Okay. Ooh, got what? Who got anything? Also, wait. Then 8 seconds of triggering. Okay, so. Huh. Also, I like how, like, nobody actually has. Okay, I forget. It... Damn it. No! Can I open the right thing? Doop, 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 doop. Right. Doop. Yeah, okay. Gilded, then, Deepwood. Okay.
I'm all for work-life balance, but
Where am I going over here? Oh! Yeah. Hey, sup? Yes, I did. Unfortunately... what are her... Yeah, I'm gonna need to farm quite a bit. Also, I have yet to get the, I never got her Claymore. Still have tried to roll for it. That's going super well. At this point, trying to level up any character is a gigantic pain. Because I have reached that state of, I now have to balance money, experience, weapon XP, because God knows trying to get up to 90 on anything is a nightmare. Wriggle!
Huh? Another strange contraption. And there's a weird-looking wall over there. This kind of looks like that ball of water we saw earlier. Did the water droplet bring us here because it wants our help with something?
We need to fill that wall in. Wriggle!
What? Your friend is trapped in the wall?
Yeah, seems about right that Klee can understand this. Wriggle!
Don't be sad, Water Droplet. We're here now. We'll save your friend. You bet. But how are we gonna save them? Do we have to break down this wall somehow?
Wriggle!
Nope, we can't do that. No breaking the wall.
That would make things too easy.
Do we need to find a key of some sort then?
Wriggle!
Oh no! Where'd it go?
Look, the device has lit up. And it's projecting images onto the wall.
Oh.
Two-dimensional space with objects of the same composition as the device nested inside.
Yep, what Kaya said, and that's where its friend is.
But how exactly do we enter the image on the wall?
Maybe we just copy what the water droplet did?
Touch.
But what does that mean?
Touch.
Hold on, I think Klee's onto something.
Touch it.
Since the water droplet appears to be the key that activated the mechanism, we may be
Touch.
able to follow
Touch.
it inside
Touch.
simply
Touch.
by touching the device. The principle is no different than how we entered this bottle domain.
We just got to touch everything.
Okay, deep breath, then head in.
Get close, activate. Within the... Okay. Entering...
Whoa! Huh? There's a box blocking your way.
Aha!
Wait, is it a reflection of this box?
Doop doop doop.
Huh?
Nope.
Aha! The box on the wall moved too!
Touch.
Wow, another water droplet just came out from the wall!
Touch. Up. E.
It was flat as a pancake in there, but as soon as it came out, it turned all plump and round. Guess it makes sense that the water droplet's friend is also a water droplet. Aw, and they both do the same thing to show they're happy. Water droplet number 2 ran off.
It looks like Gurgle. Let me guess more.
Thank you, Miss Honorary Knight. That was a huge help.
Was nothing.
Traveler, how do you feel after entering that two-dimensional space? Any physical side effects?
The pain. I've been squished flat like a traveler pizza.
Quit while you're behind. You're clearly fine.
Well,
I can
I'm
try.
just glad that you're okay.
Good thing you is here to look out for everyone. Can't say the same for you, though, Kaya. You were pretty quick to send the Traveler inside.
Hey, I wanted
Hey
to.
now, I only suggested that because I was confident that the Traveler would be fine.
Shut it, pirate boy.
Is there anyone else here besides you and your friend?
Yes, there are. Girl. I know this because I found one earlier.
You know, anyone who looks like me or my friends.
Girl. Bye-bye.
Oh, it ran off again. Hopefully this is a good sign. Amazing. Come on, let's follow it.
Doop, 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 doop. Okay, so I guess this is where you initially are supposed to, notice that things can be saved. Items, 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 items. Doop, doop, doop. Lotus. Oh, please don't die. Okay, those are already picked. Curious how many Lotus I have. Also, who all uses them. Doop, 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 doop. The festival music is getting louder. Jesus! Is that just because I'm going into the water?
It looks like there might be a town up ahead. Huh. Maybe more people live in this domain than we thought.
Wait,
And maybe that's where Auntie Desert lives.
I don't think she can be called Auntie Desert now.
What? So all that running around was for this?
Shang Shang, behave.
So more teleport points. Also, I love how they are already hinting at the French sounding, or the French the soundtrack. French place soundtrack. Yes, words are amazing.
Incoming. Hey!
Please help. What? God damn it! Hold on. Do you have...
All right, let's head off.
Do you have... You have deep wood. Damn it. No. Wait. Okay, I'm just gonna swap you and Nahida real quick. Also, I just realized... Oh, you have that one. Okay, you have a 4-set now. This would have meant... This team did not have... Okay.
One with nature.
Hey! Mine, 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 mine! Come on. Oh. We're going up. Here. Oh, cook. Okay.
Dia, the situation is now critical. Our window of opportunity to fix this is rapidly closing. I'm sure you've noticed just how much things have deteriorated in recent days.
But even so...
This is your home. Are you really going to let everything fall to pieces?
Well, I live here, but it doesn't actually belong to me.
Huh? Paimon knows that voice.
That definitely sounds like someone we
Anyone else
know.
who comes into this domain in the future will take one look at the ruins before them and conclude that this place was abandoned years ago. But just imagine how different things could be if you maintain this domain in perfect condition. Whoever sets foot inside would witness a magical wonderland. How miraculous it would feel to them to find such unimaginable beauty in the middle of a lifeless desert.
Oh, you're right, General. Truly, but...
Act now while you still can.
General.
You have to stand up to this and break free from your despair. The most important thing is to have no regrets in the end.
Well, no one chooses to have regrets, do they? But I take your point. I'll try my best to stop running away. But the question remains of where to begin.
Paimon's figured out who it is! Is it Miss Honorary Knight's friend from a faraway land?
She's a divine priestess.
A divine priestess? What's that? Is it a kind of mage?
We'll say yes for now. Riddle.
What are you doing here? Huh? We have new visitors?
Yes.
Greetings, everyone. This is the Valurium Mirage, and I'm the caretaker, Adia. I'm so sorry that you have to see this domain in its current state of disarray. We are actively working on repairs, and everything will be back to normal shortly. I hope.
Greetings, everyone. I guess I should introduce myself too.
It's alright. Just leave the introductions to me.
Okay.
I kinda wanted to say hello in my own way. But no harm done. I guess I'll let her do the honors.
This lady is a visitor to the domain, just like yourselves. She is a formidable military general. Have any of you heard of Inazuma's Onmyo Chamber?
The... what chamber?
Onmyo Chamber. It's an elite training academy for gifted students of Onmyodo. Practitioners are divided into 4 classes, A through D, and assigned the power of Shikigami based on their mastery of the art.
Wait.
This lady famously led the Class D underdogs to victory against the Class A favorites in the final mock campaign before graduation. An astonishing feat that few in the history of the Academy have ever achieved.
Have you been reading some light
General
novels,
is no
Kokomi?
exaggeration. Isn't that right, General? What's wrong?
Kokomi?
Huh? Wait, so the favorites were beaten by the classy underdogs? Paimon's not completely following.
Those all sound like tropes from some Inazuma light novels.
That doesn't sound like the divine priestess Miss Honorary Knight was talking about. Uh-oh. Did she just get caught lying in front of someone she was trying to impress? Or maybe she uses a different identity in her private life, and this is the first time her friends are learning about it. Seems kind of embarrassing, but also kind of cool. I guess having someone else to introduce you is a good way to make an impression. Maybe I'd fit in better with everyone if I had a title too.
Sure, adorable little sister.
Some people call me a general, but it's just their way of showing respect. My actual name is Sangonomiya Kokomi.
Huh? Oh no. Sorry, my mistake, General. I mean, Miss Sangonomiya?
Call me whatever you like, Idia. The only important thing about names is knowing who's who. Oh, I get it now. It's like that story that Mom told me that time.
Gurgle.
Klee can explain. So basically, in the story, a big group of people go on an adventure to Bottleland. One of them's called the King, and some of them are called Knights. So, Miss Sangonomiya must be the super smart one who solves all the problems in the story. What's that one called again?
Perhaps a sage?
Indeed. Wisdom is an important attribute found in military generals.
Okay, well, I'll just call you that. Miss General it is. Fine by me. Sounds really cute, coming from you. At least, cuter than my pen name, that's for sure. Well then, how should I address the rest of you?
Old friend for me, I hope.
How could I ever forget you? But what about these esteemed ladies and gentlemen accompanying you? I'd be delighted if you could introduce me to them too. Wait! Klee wants a title too! Okay, got it! Klee wants to be a mage! The kind that flies around everywhere!
Okay, Red Mage. Which is really
Kaya
fitting.
can be the master thief.
Of
Miss
course.
Honorary Knight can be... the knight. And Paimon will be the fairy who follows the knight everywhere.
The annoying fairy that
Master
constantly
thief,
pops up.
huh? I did like playing pirates as a child, so I suppose this is an apt role for me. And I must admit, the master part is a nice touch.
Hold on a second. Are you saying the position of knight is now filled?
Yula can be the sword master who can cut through anything and also gets to wear a super sparkly cape.
Awesome.
That's more like it.
Cool.
And Kale can be, the healer.
Why not Archer?
Uh,
If you want to be the knight, we can swap.
no, I don't mind. Healer is a great role. Whenever I'm thinking of titles for myself, I usually imagine myself as an adventurer or musician. I never thought I could be a healer. I mean, it feels like it should be Master Tainari's role, if anyone's. Don't worry, Kale. You'll be the bestest healer ever. You don't talk much, but you're very
She
kind,
heals by
just like
making
the healers in
blooms.
Mom's stories.
You'll do fine. I heard you're good with bandages. You can patch up a wound, can't you?
Also, I like how we're going full LARP on this.
I can pitch a tent. Maybe you heard wrong? But I'll do my best. It's my first day filling in for Master Tainari, but hopefully it's the first of many.
This is a great idea. Once a new visitor arrives, they can assume a new identity, then add in some role-playing.
We're going all in on this role-playing idea.
Miss Adia. There are lots of characters in Mom's stories, but you don't remind me of any of them.
That's perfectly okay. I already have a role here anyway, remember? I'm the caretaker.
I got it! This wasn't in any of the stories, but you can be the mascot.
Mascot?
Klee, maybe you could think up an even better role for Miss Adia.
A mascot, you say? Isn't that a character that doesn't have to actually do anything and sits around letting everyone else do all the important work? Incredible. You've seen right through me.
Sounds like the idea of being lazy is pretty exciting to her. The mascot serves to maintain troop morale, Edea. Don't underestimate your role.
Ah, alright. I'll be the mascot then. That's right. Thank you for bringing these new friends here safely. You can go off and play now.
Thanks, Water Droplet. See ya!
Water Droplet? Is that your pet name for it? I suppose it's as accurate a nickname as any.
What were you calling it?
We keep getting sidetracked. But I believe you were saying something about being in a difficult predicament. Is something wrong with the Veluria Mirage?
Oh, yes, about that. I'm afraid the entire domain has recently sustained some significant damage. It was as if the whole world was suddenly flipped upside down. A few components went missing from the core, which sustains the domain, and the impact cascaded out from there. Needless to say, many things in the Veluria Mirage have now stopped working.
Oh
Just
boy.
days after I agreed to let my friend's daughter come and visit too. When she gets here and sees the state this place is in...
Oh, so you're Mom's friend? Hi, Auntie Desert. I'm Klee. Here, I brought the magic invite, see?
Huh? Wait, so you're...
Look how dilated her pupils are. She must be very surprised.
Yeah, and not in a good way. Mom's the one who sent me here. She's the strongest mage ever. She said that her friend lives in the desert. You live in the desert, so that must be you.
Yeah,
Right,
definitely
Auntie
not.
Desert? I
Like-
see. So being a mage runs in the family.
Oh boy.
You're Alice's daughter!
Honestly, win.
Just
Yeah.
want the ground to swallow me up right now! Wait, that's it! I'll hide myself away in the core of the domain! Hide there until this all blows over! See you all in 100 years!
Edea's really going through it. She's like a shriveled little forest fungus, hanging its head in shame.
Kale? That's a harsh analogy. Where'd all that come from?
You're one to talk.
Hi, Auntie Desert. Klee's here to help you, and all my friends will help too. Just take a deep breath, and then another deep breath, and all your worries will fly away.
As my knight, it shall be my honor to render my assistance.
Ah, don't you worry. Lady Fix-a-Lot over here has a good track record with this kind of thing.
Well, I'm useless.
That is definitely a
It looks
nickname.
like that won't matter with all you capable
How many messes
people
I
around.
fix.
Fantastic.
Don't put yourself down, Edea. You're great too.
Thanks for your encouragement. Anyway, for the time being, please talk amongst yourselves. That'll give me some time to think things through and maybe make a start on, delegating.
Hmm. Yeah. Yep, delegating. Talk to everybody. Okay. BRB. I'm just gonna predict Klee's mom is probably gonna be like a big boss or something at the end of the story. Turns out she's the one that knocked us here in the first place. You too?
Feeling nervous, Kale? Well, it's your first time as a guide, after all.
Hmm? Oh, no, not at all. I'm just, still settling into the role. So I was thinking about how to talk more like Master Tighnari.
Well, the easiest way to imitate someone is to start with their most common turns of phrase.
Oh, okay. In that case, put that mushroom down. Now, it's highly poisonous.
There you go. With just a few simple words, you've captured your master's personality perfectly.
Anyway, what about your role? Don't you mind being the master thief? It doesn't sound like you're one of the good guys.
Oh, it's perfect for
Maybe
Kaya.
not. Until you factor in that I only steal from the enemy. I think that's enough to make me one of the good guys. Don't you?
Oh! Fair point, fair point.
You too?
Hi, Miss General. Miss Honorary Knight says that you're from Watatsumi Island. What's it like there? There must be loads of fish, right?
I mean, she is Fish Lady.
Wait! You look kinda like a mermaid. Are there fish in your family?
Oh, sorry to disappoint you, Miss Mage, but I'm just an ordinary human.
Unlike you,
I have lots of
Klee.
great stories about Watatsumi Island, though. Come on, let's enjoy the scenery while I tell you all about it.
I can... I can get behind it. That little nice swing. Okay, and you two.
Who else has visited the Veloria Mirage recently? There was someone from the Academia who came not long ago. A Kasharawar scholar. Blonde hair. Architect, I think. He was a huge help, and redesigned many of the buildings here. Although he was always grumbling to himself, he was extremely diligent in his work. What a kind person.
You're
I
another
could tell that
person
was
who
a
I could,
sensitive soul. A lot like me.
and level up.
Sorry. Please pretend you didn't hear that. I'm, of course, a very strong and resilient person. After him, an aristocrat from Mondstadt showed up, then Miss Sangonomiya. Unfortunately, everything here suddenly started changing before I had the chance to be a good host and show them around.
Also
Do you
an
know where the
aristocrat.
Mondstadt aristocrat is now?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, he headed north after the incident.
Instant.
It's a pity we're having all these issues. Oh, if we could get everything working normally again, I could probably locate him in an instant. Still, not to worry. There's nothing dangerous here.
Uh-huh. Sure there isn't.
Hey, Idia, you got an update for us? We've all caught up with each other.
Very well. Then please allow me, Idia, your mascot, to explain exactly what's happened here.
She's pretty happy with the mascot role, huh?
Basically, this entire domain is powered by a device called the Central Hub, which you all saw earlier.
That gigantic
But
thingy.
following a major incident, several key components from the Central Hub came loose and went flying. 4 components, I believe, which has caused the Central Hub to stop turning.
Oh, so that thing's supposed to spin?
Yes, it definitely shouldn't be frozen still like it is now. At least, that's not how it was when I first got here. Oh, I've done such a terrible job of taking care of it, it's so embarrassing.
Hey, everything's gonna be okay. So, we need to fix the big wheel up there. And to do that, we need to find the missing parts.
Right. I do know where one of the parts is. It landed not too far away. But the rest all landed in different areas. I'm afraid you'll have to go and look for those. Now, as the caretaker and your mascot, I shall announce your respective adventure duties.
You can just be yourself if you want. No need to force the whole role-playing thing.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I was thinking that maybe Swordmaster Eula and Healer Kale could investigate the Northern Zone, if that's okay?
Fine by me. I was going to be looking for my cousin there anyway.
I'll be your backup, Eula. I know you usually team up with Amber, so I'll try my best to fill her shoes.
Unfortunately, Cryo
Oh.
and
Well,
Dendro
this'll be
don't
fun.
work super
Let's
well
see if a
together
forest
without
ranger can
another.
outperform an outrider.
Master Thief Kaya and Mage Klee, if you could earmark some time in your busy schedules to search the West Zone.
Earmark? What does that mean?
It just means we mustn't forget to do it. Don't worry. We can handle that.
Should we really be
Finally,
letting
we have
Kaya
our general,
babysit?
Miss Angonomiya, and our knight, the Traveler. If there's no objections, please come with me to retrieve the first component.
You have my sword.
Wow, spoken like a true knight.
Alright.
Then, for my part, my strategic mind is at your service.
All right, well, if anyone finds anything, come back here and we'll regroup. Please take care while you're out on the road and look after each other, especially our little mage here.
You got it.
Yeah.
I'll take extra special care of Kaya.
I'll be on my best behavior.
Oh god, we shouldn't let these two go together.
Okay,
We're-
we'll leave it there for now. You two, please follow me.
We're going to
I remember
hear
seeing
some
it just behind the
explosions.
Central Hub.
So, how come you didn't bring it back when you first saw it?
I'd have been more than happy to, if this one component was enough to fix the whole domain. But with 3 other components to find, oh, I suddenly felt overwhelmed by how much work needed doing.
Paimon kinda gets that. Taking the first step is always the hardest part.
Fine. Also, what did I get? Oh, it's 4 o'clock already. Oh, wow. Yeah, I definitely lost track of time. Something's off. Investigate. Cabbage wheat.
Yeah.
Do. Oh, where are we going? There's a, I am running around somewhat. you out. Collect dendro particles. There are 14 now. Oh boy. Oop. Doop. 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 Where? What? Game? Oh. Jeez.
Not bad,
Okay.
as far as treasure is concerned.
Doop doop.
Mind the side effects.
One with nature.
Don't blink!
Doop doop.
You give, you receive.
What? Hmm. T. Damn it. Oh, yeah, of course, Hydro would. This is what I get for wanting to use different aim. Oh, doop, doop.
Take heart. Hey, so Paimon's been meaning to ask, what brought you here, Kokomi? Oh, well, things have quieted down in Watatsumi Island for now. So I thought I'd take the chance to get out and see more of the world.
Mine.
You've traveled a pretty long way. Why Sumeru? I figured that I needed to venture farther than usual to really broaden my horizons. Well, that's one reason anyway. I can explain in more detail another time.
Doop. Doop, doop.
Breathtaking.
Teleport point, also kill things.
Yeah, just like we rehearsed. Incoming.
Mine.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Alright, all their loot totally just fell. That's... Further up we go. Oh. Okay. Doop. Ooh, treasure. Mine.
Bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
It takes so much to get to 90. Oh no, please. Dude. What? Oh, wait, down. I'm good. I'm smart. Equipment, okay. Wait, where? Oh. Wow, how did I miss that? Also, I feel like the game might just have me continue falling.
I'm sure you're both wondering, but where's the component? There's nothing here. Oh, where could it be?
We've already saw.
It's that lamp thingy, right? Water Droplet showed us how that works already.
Yes, that's the one. There goes my big introduction.
It's okay.
Showing people the ropes is supposed to be my job. Oh, I can't believe I'm being shown up by a Hydro Eidolon.
Cheer up, Edea. The Hydro Eidolon can give a basic demonstration of how to use things, but beyond that, it can't communicate. That's where you come in. Your descriptions can explain everything in full, vivid detail.
Paimon forgot how persuasive Kokomi can be when she really wants to. Sometimes having a genius strategist around really comes in handy.
Now I see how an eloquent speaker can persuade others not only to agree with them, but do things for them.
Well, if you put it that way. Well then, just pretend like you've never seen it before, and I'll tell you all about it. This is called the streaming projector. Everything here in the Valurium Mirage was made using this device. All you need to do is place an item in the projector, and you can construct a corresponding item based on the shape of the original and your imagination. At least, I think that's what it used to do. With the domain in its current state, only its most basic functions are still operable.
Like shining a light?
Okay, not quite that basic. At the moment, it's only able to show two-dimensional objects. I call them preprints. Think of it like a sort of draft or blueprint or something.
So you're saying the component fell into the preprints?
Yes, exactly. I'll leave you to go in and physically retrieve it. Well, I'll be out here rooting for you by doing a motivational dance.
Oh?
Really? No, sorry. I feel like I have two left feet when I try to dance. I guess I'll just find a place nearby to sit and wait patiently for you.
Kokomi?
Hey, come on! Cheer up! We'll handle everything from here!
Yep.
Doesn't look like the component is in here.
Oh my god, the carnival music.
Yes, that's the one! Now you just need to bring it back out.
An old gear.
What is this thing anyway? Some kind of gear?
Is that actual size, or
Why
is
is it so small? It doesn't look like it belongs
Oh,
in
boy.
that huge wheel.
It's hard to explain, but I assure you that it's definitely one of the components.
Very
So
well.
that leaves 3 more components missing.
Every journey begins with a first step. I think we're off to a good start, and things should keep going smoothly from here.
You really think so?
Trust the general.
I suppose you're right. She did manage to defeat Class A at the Onmyo Chamber, after all.
You You don't need to keep bringing that up.
Anyway,
Kokomi,
thank you for all
you
your
want to
help.
explain
I'll
something?
take this and start trying to repair the central hub. You two may as well head back to town. Oh, why am I so clumsy? Once again, I was no help at all. The least I can do is try and handle the actual repairs.
Was that supposed to be under your breath? Because we totally heard that. Okay. Where? Yep, there it is. Yep. Where? Yep. Yep.
Speed of light.
Oh, right, please can. I did. Good job, Brain. Where is she? Doop.
Dodoko? Dodoko, where are you?
I have to say, the skin is actually just adorable on her. All the way down. Okay. Yep. Hey. Hey.
What's wrong, Kokomi? I'm just a little confused. You mentioned that the water droplet showed you how to use the projector? Can you tell me a little bit more about that? I'm so curious to know what happened.
Oh, sure!
It touched the thing, and we touched the thing.
I see.
Hey, look! The wheel is spinning now! Oh, and now it's stopped again! Well, that didn't last long.
It also wasn't spinning at the right speed. Before the incident, it spun much faster than that.
Yes.
Oh, so you saw it back
And
when it was
NP2.
still working?
Oh, yes. arrived here a little
Without
earlier
having
than
to
the
spend
rest of
any
you.
money.
But the incident took place not long after I entered.
Also,
Like Edea said, it felt like the world was flipped upside down. Well, I don't know how else to describe it.
might have to
And I certainly
tweet
don't want
that
to experience it
photo.
again.
No, it's no use. Seems it won't run until all the missing components are returned. For a moment there, when it started turning, I got excited. I thought that maybe the hub can work just fine without the other three.
Wishful thinking is only going to lead to disappointment, Edea. Let's stick to the plan.
Twitter.
We'll get there.
Hey, Miss Honorary Knight and Miss General are here. Oh, and our mascot. You beat us! I was sure we were gonna be the first ones back.
Hey, how'd it go?
Mission complete.
Impressive. I doubt you'd find many other knights of such caliber even among the Knights of Favonius.
How about our master thief and mage? Did you find anything?
You bet! We made a huge discovery. The place we were trying to get to was blocked off. We couldn't see anything past it, and there was no way around. But then, just now, a huge canyon appeared out of nowhere, so we hurried back here.
It appeared just now?
Yes.
Haven't seen Miss
Sort of.
Night. Let's go on a canyon adventure.
To the canyon?
I'll sit this one out. I'm beat after trying to make those repairs. I need to take a break.
Miss General, you should come too. You can hide behind me and give me smart advice while I protect you.
Wonderful. It would be an honor to serve as advisor for our young mage.
Let's go!
It depends on setups. You need to also have, for most of them, you need to be able to have, or you need to have, Oberyn as well, who comes out whenever, part 3 of the main, story comes out. The entire thing is just really weird, because you have to the reason you can loop in the first place has to do with skill cooldowns. So, if you don't... It's hard for me to explain. I had to look up a guide and it was confusing enough. But I have kind of figured out how to loop. Stream manager. What? Yeah. Yeah, Arts is still really good. All I'm gonna say is, yeah, that tweet more or less sums up how Fate Go goes with me. Also getting, 2 Vitch, goes in line with, how every, how currently all my casters for, the who did I get? Oh, I got, 2 Alter. Because I've had him at MP1 for so long, but I've actually, like, done my best to, like, get him up, max him out and such. Okay, what am I doing? So, I decided to just get him to MP2 because he also had, the update to his Noble Phantasm, which just removes, my brain, it removes defensive buffs, meaning, it gets rid of, well, defensive buffs, so any evade... I don't even know if she's actually... I think... No, I think she's just in the general pool altogether. Because I know, I know there are servants who are specifically story locked who, for whatever reason, I never see and I never actually managed to roll. But I think she's just in the general summoning pool, which would mean during events or raid ups. Rodamont. Wait. Oh wait, what got... What game are we talking about now? Rodamont. Oh, wait. She was one of the people with Astolfo, right? God, I forget who. Yeah, she's a general. Sir, she's she's not story locked, but she's in. Oh God, actually trying to explain things is difficult. Yeah, she's just on the. She's in the general summoning pool. That's what I'm trying to say.
Don't blink.
Can you not climb up that way instead of this way? No. Trying to explain. Come on.
Speed of light. Hey.
Dude. Really, you had nothing. Go. Oh my. Jesus.
Don't blink. You give, you receive.
Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop.
Just before the canyon appeared, I heard a faint sound, like something mechanical turning.
Ka-chuck, ka-chuck, ka-chuck. Could it have been the central hub? That would mean this canyon appeared after it started spinning.
Hey, you, oh. New guys, huh?
Who the heck?
Oh, hey! Paimon didn't realize anyone else besides Dio lived here.
You actually saw her? She's barely shown her face since everything started falling apart here.
Excuse me for asking, but who are you?
Oh, right. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Ferdinand. Me and my brothers look after this whole zone. Well, we used to, until this whole domain was, like, flipped upside down, or whatever. The method we were using to make the carts and tracks stopped working after that.
Idia is working on repairing the domain. We were just with her before coming here.
Really? Huh. I assume that she'd be curled up in a fetal position somewhere, hoping all her problems will magically disappear on their own. Good for her. Anyway, I checked all the stations around the whole circuit. They've all conked out.
Why are your eyes glowing?
Conked out? How? Would you mind elaborating a little for us?
But aren't you just travelers who stumbled upon this place by accident?
No.
Nuh-uh. I'm Mage Klee, Idia's helper.
A mage? You?
want me to explain?
You introduce yourselves to Ferdinand and explain what's happening.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, right now, the more helpers we got, the better,
Please?
I guess.
Please?
Anyway, our first priority is to get the carts here up and running again.
Please, where'd you run off to?
And why is that?
The roads here twist and turn so much that the best way to get around is by riding the rail tracks instead. Let me show you. This is what we used to make them. Did Dia bring you up to speed on these things?
Streaming protector, right?
Yep. Basically, we need something that we can put inside that'll make a cart for us.
Like what? Can it be anything as long as it looks like a cart?
Yeah, you could put it that way. But one other thing is that it has to be compatible with the tracks.
So, something like a sedan chair, maybe? But I'm not sure we have all the materials required to build one of those.
How about you, Traveler? Any ideas?
Squirtoria is still good for an old servant. I mean, to be fair, she's been top class for a while. Like, there's not all... In terms of ST archers, not much can beat being able to straight up art loop your NP all the time. Castle with legs?
What kind of a suggestion is that? That would be way too complicated to make.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't think we have the right materials for that.
Not with that attitude.
Really? Hey everyone, come and see what Klee made.
Oh?
Look! I made a cart!
Wow! Amazing work, Klee!
How in the hell?
It fits the track like a glove, too. Plus, it's a heck of a lot cuter than the ones that Dia made.
Please?
I just wanted to give it a try, and suddenly, boom! There it was!
Paimon's gotta ask, what exactly did you make your cart from, Klee?
Yeah, that is an excellent question.
I used Jumpy Dumpty!
I'm sorry, what?
Thought so.
Is there a problem or something? If not, then let's get ready to leave.
It's just... this cart is made from,
We just need to drive safely.
It's a bomb or something, isn't it? Yeah, I gathered from your conversation that Jumpy Dumpty is a little more volatile than the cute name suggests. It's okay, though, because the end product only takes on the general look of the source material. So to be more specific, while different materials have different properties, most of them aren't transferred to,
It's okay! No need to delve into the theoretical stuff. Paimon just wanted to make sure
Alice sure has an
like
interesting child.
flying fish of Starfell Lake.
Huh?
Can we ride the cart now?
in a moment. We need a Hydro-Eidolon to power it up first.
He doesn't look super happy about that.
Okay, she's ready to roll. Hop in.
Cart platforms of the choo-choo cart. Oh my, we got... the choo-choo cart. Whee! Oh, it'll be fine. I have Kokomi as a healer.
Chugga 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 choo! Woo woo!
Yeah! I'm gonna call it the choo-choo cart!
Hey!
The track is damaged up ahead. We need to make some repairs before we can go any further. Yep, looks like it's all reverted to a preprint state here.
Do you know why that happened?
Everything in this domain starts as a preprint and only takes shape after being illuminated by the streaming projector. But the hydroidolin that forms the tracks here has been trapped in the print.
Okay.
So someone needs to go into the
Please.
preprint and rescue the hydroidolin.
Stop running.
Right?
But the projector here is sealed off by a giant
The track was already there.
That's the hydroidolin's way of protecting the device from damage. If the streaming projector broke, then
We just
you'd be
needed some sort of
seriously
cart.
stuck.
Aha! So for step 1, we need Water Droplet to help. Aw, it seems to really like that name.
Gurgle.
Any volunteers for step 2?
Us, we know what to do.
Hey Paimon, why don't you try this time? Look, I'm pretty sure there's a reason why Alice kind of dumped her with the Knights of Vania. Because she knew full well that her child would be a mischief maker.
Ah, so the hydroidolin was locked up in that chest.
Aw, it's completely empty.
She does, but also...
We saved 2 water droplets now.
I mean... She says she does. But also, the fact that... She only really sends letters to her daughter. I don't know, unless she's doing something important, like, transporting random travelers
Let's
to
keep going then.
frickin' place. Ugh. Lord. Chugga 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 chugga. Yep. Oh man, it's just like that level in Super Mario Sunshine.
Hey, Ferdinand! You mentioned that you managed this place together with your brothers. Did you mean that your brothers are water droplets?
No, the hydroidolins are like helpers here. As for my brothers, well... those two. You'll meet them soon enough.
Oh, we will. Whee!
That's everything. On to the next.
There's also a lot of things in there.
Incoming! Hey! Fly! Thrust and read
Give me loot, give me loot.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Look, man, all I'm saying with I mean, she'll definitely we'll hear her voice. I doubt we'll see her. If we do for some reason actually see her in this event of all events, okay. But seemingly every single time. It's just, her voice. And you almost always like pre-recording. Where? Also, seemingly every time... Summer events are just Klee... events. Summer events are just Klee events. Ooh, neat. Ooh, a loop-de-loop. Whee!
Look! Klee can fly just like Paimon now!
Please sit back down.
This is way more exciting than how Paimon usually flies.
Please keep your seatbelt on. Keep arms and legs.
Seems we've just about finished repairing the station and the connecting tracks. Let's go check the track switcher now. It's over there.
The only reason why I won't say that is because I don't know really anything about the Honkai universe, so... Where are we going? Down there. What? Doop. Doop. Yep. There are so many ticket orbs. Doop. Doop.
That's everything.
Yay!
On to the next.
Because my Klee is only 60.
These bombs, so heavy.
I will need to farm that a lot. Look, I can... With my current world level, I can use 70. I could actually replace Diluc with her. I know. Switch out Diluc for her. Yep.
Ta-da! Klee's here.
Why is she already injured? Why was she already injured? Why did I... Huh. Oh, right, because who? Don't mind me, just causing some forest fires. Yeah. Okay, please.
Hold the line.
Heal. 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 Okay.
Da-da-da. Woo! one we saw in the middle of this place? That one was huge. I bet it's something super important. I remember what Kaya said earlier.
Very good, Klee! You're using what you saw earlier to make observations, like a real adventurer!
I'm pretty sure she could qualify as a real adventurer.
appears to be a system that
It's just
rotates to
nobody
switch
trusts her.
tracks.
That's right. Originally, all you had to do was flip this switch and the junction would rotate. But it seems Jeremy still hasn't fixed it yet. He sure talks big, but when it comes to actually getting things done...
Is this Jeremy you mentioned one of your brothers?
Yeah. When I talked to him about repairing the tracks, I suggested we start with the station, but he said we should start at the junction. Really, it made no difference which one we started with, but he just had to turn it into a huge argument. He always treats me like I'm a fool and disagrees with anything I say. Let's see what he has to say now that I've already fixed the tracks.
If you ask me, you're clearly a sharp person, Ferdinand.
Yes, finally someone who can recognize that, rather than just shrugging off my ideas.
Look, like I said,
Come on,
Alice is
let's
the
make our way to the
ultimate
junction
villain
and see what he's up to. I bet he's still fretting
who
over
has
what to do.
unleashed Klee onto this world. Hey. Give me your radish. What's up? Whee! I don't...
Sometimes I can't help but get angry just thinking of Jeremy. You should have seen him back in the sandstorm. I suggested we go east, and he argued that we should go
I don't
west.
know if her mom's actually an elf.
We separated and each went our
Because...
own way. Lucky for us.
Hold on, where's her story? Hyperactive child. Yeah, her dad... I think her dad is supposed to be where she gets the half-elf from. Three years ago, Klee was entrusted by her parents, who were famed adventurers. Oh. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Once or twice a week. Excellent. Of course, Klee always tries... Spark Knight, that off. I need to work on our friendship.
Dodoko?
I'm actually gonna keep her in my party then.
Everything will get better once we get the switcher working again.
Still stuck here just as I expected. Well, did you make any progress?
Didn't I already tell you?
Why are
Just
their
have
eyes
the
glowing?
Hydroidolans fix the junction and then make a new cart. After that, we can use the junction to... Wait a minute, how did you get here? It took a lot of effort for me to climb all the way up here.
The answer is standing right in front of you.
Yeah, sure. Those travelers must have helped you. You never get anything done on your own. You always get someone else's help and then try to take the credit for yourself.
You're one to talk. What have you managed to accomplish, huh? You were here just moping around all day.
Whoa. They started arguing the moment they saw each other. But aren't they supposed to be brothers?
That's normal for
Me?
brothers.
His brother? Hardly.
All right, Jeremy. That's enough.
Fine. I'd rather be focusing my efforts on fixing the track switch rather than arguing anyway.
You should calm down too, Ferdinand. Let's all focus on the situation at hand. Any personal problems can be settled later.
Fine.
I'm sorry you had to see that. My name's Jeremy. I'm one of the people responsible for taking care of this area. I assume you're the ones who helped repair the tracks. Thank you very much. It means a lot.
No need to thank us. We're just trying to help Edea restore the domain.
I see. Now that you and Ferdinand brought the cart up here, we'll need the Hydroidolans to fix the area below.
Them again, huh? Seems the Hydroidolans are really important around this place.
Yes, of course. Not only do they keep the junction turning, they operate practically everything else in the domain too. All right. Seems most of the tracks and junctions have been repaired now.
Yep. So maybe it's time you give credit where credit is due,
What? You think you deserve the credit? If anything, we should be thanking these travelers.
Yeah.
You... Well, either way, you're not the one getting any credit. You're always quick to criticize my ideas and push your own, but you never actually get anything done.
And what about you? Don't forget it was Hado and I who took care of the mess that one time you impulsively tried one of your brilliant ideas. Speaking of Hado, wasn't he with you?
I left early this morning. I assumed he'd be with you.
Can you guys not argue in front
Seriously?
of Klee?
Couldn't you have at least looked to see where he was before you left?
Hey, come on! You didn't see him either, so what's your excuse?
Klee?
You don't like seeing people argue?
I don't get it. Nobody did anything bad. Why are they arguing?
I just don't like his smug attitude, that's all.
Who are you calling smug? If anything, you're the one who's making such a big fuss right now.
All right, I think we've heard enough from you two. If you insist on bickering, then I'd suggest you go somewhere else. Otherwise, I'll just cool you two off myself.
Not in front of the, like, actual child
Now,
sister.
come with me. I'd like to have a word with you.
Phew. Don't be upset, Klee. There are many complicated situations in this world which don't always have a logical explanation. As a passing traveler here, it's not my place to comment on their disputes. But in my experience, family issues can be the toughest to resolve.
Seems you don't like dealing with this kind of thing either, Kokomi.
God.
But it's still not right. I don't know how to explain my feelings.
Mother-daughter.
I'm sorry.
Duo
Please
that
calm
will
down.
destroy the world.
You shouldn't argue in front of a child like that.
We're sorry, Klee.
It's okay.
Back to the topic at hand. Weren't you about to go look for your brother Hado?
Ah, right. Our best guess is he's somewhere around the Torrential Twister. We would have to use the junction to send a cart to another area.
Sorry to trouble you again, but would you help us find him?
Oh, all right.
Look, accidents happen.
Hey, come on, you two. You're brothers after all. Can't you try to get along?
Oop. The god of Pyro, I have a feeling they might be a bit of either have a really God dang it. I can't wait to see the Fire Archon, because there are some interesting Pyro characters. I could imagine. Wait. Maybe? I don't actually know.
Speed of light.
Wait, who? What region is Pyro Archon even from?
Incoming. That's everything. On to the next.
Oh my god. Finally. My first weapon to max. Never doing that shit again. For now.
Don't blink. Hey!
Nope. Wait, that thing's down. But there's one that's up. Oh. I see it. I want it. Doop, doop, doop. Okay. Okay. Game. Okay, well, here's this one. Oh! Neat! Stormbearer Mountain. So somewhere around here. On top of... What? Area that we haven't gotten yet? Oh! Oh dear. Where are my dailies? In the Zoom? No. Where the? Oh, no, there. Here. Hold on. My dailies. I mean, that was a supercharged Humpty Dumpty thing, so... Oh, what just happened? Look! Lee is clearly the most powerful character. Dude.
The sun is out. Our work's done for the day. Shall we take a stroll?
Last time. Down here. Okay. Also, apparently, Alice... She supersized that thing. I mean, if it was powerful enough to flatten an entire mountain, it's probably... Considering also Alice is, a little notorious in the Knights of Favonius, I could imagine her doing something like that to, encourage her child's, hobbies? Interests?
Incoming. Allow me. Hi.
Don't underestimate a child's ability to go random places. Look, man, children are escape artists and will shock you on how far they can end up going. Toddlers can walk. Sometimes. With how Klee is, I can imagine she was walking fairly early. Or her mother just carried her. Oh. Huh. She really took after her mother then. An adventurer at heart from a young age. Doot. Good lord.
Fight this officer!
Can you die, please?
Don't blink.
From a young age, from 1 year old. Yeah, Klee is, Klee is dangerous.
La la la.
Oh, I have no doubt that a child wasn't actually trying to flatten an entire mountain. Once again, children, seem to end up in situations where you wouldn't think.
Add Astra Abyss. Thank you for Ad Astra.
Okay, my expeditions. Claim. 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 Okay. Map. Oh. Is that the track line? Ooh. You can actually see the track line. Neat. Teleport. Also. I mean, if you want to get... Oh.
These bombs.
That's kind of adorable. Journal.
Okay, this is the end of this track segment. Otto should be nearby.
Lord. Hate that it's on Q and F. It's supposed to be Q and E, smash buttons, smash buttons. Not farming, at least not right now.
Ah, I guess you had repaired the tracks and stations as soon as I saw a cart come zipping along. Now that the tracks, station, and carts are all repaired, we're about ready to
Why are
reopen
all your
Tarantula
eyes glowing?
Twister. It'll be good to see my design back in action again.
You're in no condition to be out running around like this, Hado.
Yeah, but these are unusual circumstances.
That's true, but you should stop to think things through.
Exactly. If there's anything that needs to be done, you can just let Ferdinand and I take care of it.
You and Ferdinand? Together? It would be a miracle for you two to do anything together without fighting.
Yeah.
Hey, that's between Jeremy and me. No need to add fuel to the fire, okay?
I'm not trying to make trouble. I'm just saying.
Hey, Ferdinand.
Oh, don't worry. We're not arguing, Klee. We're just, discussing some things.
I think she's more concerned about why he's coughing.
Are you and Jeremy worried about Hado?
Hmm?
Why don't you just talk to him about it? Kaya's also worried about me sometimes, but he doesn't ever criticize me.
You're right. But our relationship is much better than these guys.
Well, our situation is a little different.
Really? How so?
We've been through this kind of thing before. If we didn't warn Hado, then he wouldn't take it seriously and something would eventually happen. As his brothers, we have to help him.
But doesn't like your help.
You're just yelling at him?
Huh?
Maybe Klee doesn't understand everything. But my mommy told me that you help someone to make them happy, not to make yourself happy. Hado sure doesn't look very happy. Why don't you ask him what he needs?
He's right, you know? You three need to open up and talk things through. You are brothers after all.
Figuring brothers is normal, though.
I've always cared a lot about you, Hado. Just like when we were back in the desert. you suddenly passed out and Jeremy and I started arguing. Eventually, all three of us ended up in this domain. I'm just worried that something similar could happen again. If you were to pass out and with nobody around to help you...
You three just kind of ended up
but
here.
But this domain is nowhere near as dangerous as the desert.
Oh, we'll see about that.
I was thinking that if I could handle these problems myself, then you two wouldn't have to argue about anything. If it weren't for my poor health and lack of energy all the time, then I wouldn't have always been such a burden on you two.
No need to feel guilty, Hado. This was our choice. The three of us love adventuring. No one is a burden on anyone. Isn't that why we came up with the idea for this area? I would do the thinking, Ferdinand would use his muscle, and you would...
Keep things under control.
And build tracks. It'll be a safe way to see all kinds of amazing scenery. Yes, that was the plan.
And it sounds like you don't like that plan.
See? Doesn't it feel better just to get along?
Hey, what are you trying to say? You make it sound like I've only been trying to talk myself up.
The choo-choo cart is great, Ferdinand.
Really?
You know, Klee, having the car zip along the tracks was my idea.
Yeah, what an amazing idea. You're so smart.
Hey, Klee, do you want to ride even more fun carts?
Yay! Let's ride more!
Looks like all three of them are trying to win Klee's approval now.
And Klee is loving it.
Klee hasn't realized it yet, but her innocent, childlike nature is
She is a
powerful.
child.
It can inspire and even help heal others. Hey everyone, please come with me. We need to get the Hydro-Eidolon in the cart to help us.
Oh, watch out. Oh yeah. Over. Doop, 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 doop. Yeah, this outfit is adorable. No.
More treasure, more treasure!
Hold on. Alright.
Dodoko? Dodoko, where are you?
Why do you have to spin? It's like little bow on her hair. Her backpack. So many bows.
Dodoko? Dodoko, where are...
Eek, eek. I think Dodoko's... I think he's... Oh no, he... just on the side. Yeah.
These bombs, so heavy.
Hey. Hard stop. I can imagine her mom doing that. Because it also kind of fits with the witch theme that her mom kind of had going on in one of the previous events.
Good. Torrential Twister is ready to run now. Let's go to the station at the start of the trek.
So I just realized Crimson Witch of Flame as a, oh, shit. Hey! The fact that that set is called Crimson Witch of
Otto and I
Flame.
have double-checked everything. It's all operating safely. You can go for a ride now.
Hold on a sec. Before we say goodbye,
This is
I have
really
something I'd
meant
like
for
to tell
Klee.
you all. It's a rock climbing rope. We used it on our adventures to climb mountains and traverse many places.
Rope!
Huh? But doesn't it mean a lot to you? Are you sure you want to give it to us?
Yes, of course. Please take it. Thanks to Klee and everyone else's help, we realized that there's a special bond that keeps us together. Even though it's invisible, it's even more important than rope. We can always hold on to it through tough situations.
Huh? I helped?
Yes, Klee. You are a big help.
Even bigger than that huge thing in the middle of this place?
Yes, much bigger.
Wow, that's huge! I'm so happy.
By the way, have you ever seen anything like the choo-choo cart in the outside world?
Nope. Today was the first time I rode anything like it.
Is that so? I guess I'm not surprised. Seems you won't find Torrential Twister anywhere else. Be sure to come back and ride the choo-choo carts again while you still have the chance.
Yep, I will.
Right, but... Maybe, hopefully. I just... Alright, hold on.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Abilities, can I actually get a freaking list? Vessel was
I'm all for
Lady
work-life
of
balance,
Fire.
but I think this is pushing it.
God of War. Oh. Huh. it was part of the Witches Tea Party thing. It was an event a little while back.
Oh, this is even higher than I expected. The drops are pretty steep too.
Are you okay, Kokomi? If you're scared, just yell and let it out. We won't tell anyone. What happens in the bottle domain stays in the bottle domain.
Yeah, just like how you used your light novel characters as your background. Hey.
Looks like Klee's having the most fun.
Doop. Doop. Crossing. Jeez. Whee!
That's everything.
That's so much fun! Klee can fly across the sky like a real mage now. Guess that sort of makes sense. Wait, but if being able to fly makes you a mage, what does that make Kaya, since he's here too? Nothing! Kaya's just the master thief! Don't you remember, Paimon?
Ouch.
Oh, right. Guess it slipped Paimon's mind.
Sorry to bother our young mage, but there's something a Master Thief would like to report. Do you still remember our mission?
Uh-oh. I was having so much fun that I almost forgot.
We're supposed to be helping Edea look for the missing components. But don't worry, I've already got one.
You mean you snatched it when we weren't looking?
He is a
I
master
didn't have to
thief.
go that far. In fact, the component we were searching for was actually that orange rope. If anything, you could say it came right into our hands at the right time. Let's head back and give it to Edea.
Aw, do we really have to go? Okay. Even though I want to keep playing, I know Edea is really important.
That's our wise mage. Don't worry. Tonight, you'll be able to see stars in the water and watch fish dance in the sky.
Seems Kokomi's out of it after that ride. Her face is completely blank and her lip was trembling while she was speaking. Maybe we should have a rest for a while.
You shouldn't push yourself.
I thought I was keeping my composure pretty well.
Oh,
Don't worry.
no.
My
No,
mind is
you
always
weren't.
spinning. I'm used to this. We should head back to Edea.
How about we hold hands, Miss General? Klee will give you energy.
After holding Klee's hand, the stars in the sky and the fish in the water have all disappeared. I must have been seeing things from riding the cart.
What are you smiling about, Kokomi?
Oh. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Where are we going? Thingy. Okay, here. Up we go. Let's... Doop.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Where?
Speed of light. Ha, yeah. Boing, boing, boom! Jumpy, jumpy. Rusted. Uphill battle. Don't blink. Ah. Nowhere to hide. Speed of light. Hey! Boing, boing, boom! Woo! La la la.
Let's...
Yay, shiny!
Doop, doop, doop.
Ah! Golden up! Da da da! Yeah! Jumpy, jumpy, go!
Burn everything. Okay.
Don't blink! Cut to the chase! Incoming! La la.
Oh, where?
Yeah. Hi-ya.
Die.
Yeah. That's everything. On to the next. Don't blink! Hey! Ha, ha, ha. Boing, boing, boom! Ah. Sparks and flash! Hi-ya.
Carrot.
Hold the line!
I should have thrown for her. Doop a doop doop doop.
Welcome back! Well, any good news? Oh, don't tell me! You've taken care of all the problems and now I don't have to do anything?
Yep, we took care of everything.
Yeah, we even rode the choo-choo cart. Do you want to come ride too? But maybe you'll have to wait till tomorrow. I'm a little tired now.
Seems she had a little too much fun and now she's about to crash. I think it's time for a rest.
Good idea. I think we could all use some downtime. Thanks for giving me some energy, Klee.
Then we'll see you later.
Bye,
Bye,
Klee.
Miss Honorary Knight. Bye, everyone.
Well, it sounds like our young mage enjoyed herself. I'm so happy that she had a good time. So, back to the missing component. Did you bring it?
You bet! Kaya said that the missing component was this orange climbing rope.
Ah, it just occurred to me that you probably ran into the three brothers while you were in the canyon.
Yes, we
If
did.
I remember correctly, the two eldest brothers were taking their sickly younger brother on adventures when they ran into a sandstorm and ended up here. They were all arguing with one another when they first arrived, but it wasn't long before they broke down and were huddled together in tears. They sure must have a lot of energy to keep up their bickering and adventuring every day. I'm a little worried about them, yet quite envious of all that energy.
You almost sound as if you're reminiscing about old friends, Edea.
Yes, I've known them for quite some time after all, but I seldom go to that area. You can hold on to the rope for now, Traveler. I have no use for it until we have the other components. By the way, Eula and Kale have also returned, but I'm afraid they weren't able to make much headway.
Meaning I
They
have to go
mentioned
over
that
there.
they would like to head to the jungle north of here, once you have all rested up.
Okay.
Now that I've told you everything, I'll go rest. I'll go and check on the situation in the remaining two areas.
Do you need me to accompany you?
Oh, no, it's all right. You've already accomplished a lot today. You should rest up.
Hmm. Collect all things. Nope. Mine.
That's everything. On to the next.
Actions. Oh, come on. Flame. Okay. Mondstadt. No, hers is this thing. Here. Eat. Jeez. Who do I end up using for... Right, I do that for...
Let's go get ourselves some answers.
I actually do... Yeah, this works. Where am I going? Over here. Doop 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 doop.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Allow me.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
And do.
Illusion shattered.
Incoming. With sword comes shadow.
Quietly now.
Okay. Oh, I got 3 from that. Nice. Okay. We lost the egg then. Hey, teleport. It's pyro stuff. Hold on.
Gonna be epic.
Doop. Doop.
In the name of the Prinzessin.
Hey.
By royal decree.
There is no escape. Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let.
Higher, higher, can't fight fire.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Yeah, this wasn't the team that.
Wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day.
I'm going in.
There is no escape.
Doop.
Shine down.
Okay. Let's. Back over here. Doop. Son of a... That usually works. I see the cooldown. One minute. Game, where is it? Doop. Spawn. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Rust and rebuild!
Torn to oblivion.
Dude.
There is no escape. Things are about to get dicey.
Speed of light! Cut to the chase!
Okay. I need 2 more. Where's the Crimson Witch of Flame set? Nope. No. 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 Here. Do I have... Oh my god, brain. I do not have the... God damn it. You want Harbor? These. Teleport back in here. I'm not gonna use that team. What's that,
Need my help as usual?
I mean, it says to use Cryo. Just see how stupid this works. Doop 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 doop.
Cole, learn to come in. Think you can bully me? Look at you, boo down. Go.
Ooh, just get all of that.
Stars, shine for me. Yeah. My apologies. Yeah, yeah. Orders given. Orders received. I'm a rock. My guiding stars. Don't be scared. Take flight. Sakura swirl. Not now. Stars, shine through. Whirling snow. Pew pew. Sacred name, fortune preserver. My guiding stars. Don't be scared. Think you can pull it? My apologies. Embrace the ice.
You know, maybe some other elements might be useful. Oh well.
Not now. Cole, learn to command. Take flight. Pew pew. My guiding stars. Stars, shine. Echo. Opening box of Adepti-Trix. My apologies. Kamisato out. Sometsu. Whirling snow. Don't be scared. Not now. Diana special. Life goes on. No.
Oh, why did you die?
Stars, shine for me.
Yep, okay, so... bad idea. Heal up. Abort.
All is accounted for. Let's move out.
Sure, whatever. Honestly, I should probably just...
Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish!
Hold the line. Shaken ass. Embrace the ice. Look at you, Boozle. Taurus, bring refuge. My apologies.
Shine down!
Pew pew! A brash maneuver!
Come on.
Torn to oblivion! There is no escape!
Die.
Diana special! Hold the line! Suckler swirl! Billowing surge! Let's move out.
Now you shall perish!
Take flight!
Dude. I still don't even know what Swift Duck actually does.
Can't handle your drink.
My apologies! Kamisato art! Soumetsu! So rude!
Rest and rebuild.
Inazuma shines eternal!
Covenant of the Deep.
Do. Okay. Hey, Lava Walker. Oh my god. No, I don't want this game, I don't. What's his name? Kazuya. Kazuya. Where are you?
Sounds good to me.
Arts.
Let's move out.
Time to go.
Ba-doop.
Clouds high. The birds come.
Hold the line.
Take flight!
The wind knows me.
Diana Special.
Into the wind.
Sakura swirl! My apologies!
As one with wind and cloud.
That's...
Allow me.
So right, that almost.
Whirling snow!
Turn, bring review. Let's move out. Let's move out. Rest and rebuild.
Take flight! Embrace the ice!
The wind knows me.
Time to go.
Look at you, Blue Down. I'm a rock. Billowing surge. Hold the line.
One with nature.
Whirling snow!
Fallen leaves adorn my night.
Think you can bully me?
Yay! Doop. Walker, so much. Also, that is. Oh my god. Where do you... Okay, I'm gonna have to remember where you, Oop.
Chivalry will never die.
Oh, poor sweet summer
The
child.
threads
Yes,
of your
it
fate
will.
lie in my hands.
Oop. Also, clee. Already have one of those, god damn it. What the hell? Of course, that one's actually pyro damage. Oh my god, you are kidding me. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Oz, reveal. Nowhere to hide. Incoming.
Let me weave you a verse.
Allow me. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Speed of light.
Okay. Fuck. Right? Actually able to, or do I need to go crafting? I need to go crafting.
East bomb.
Crafting, because here I can also do that trade thing and hopefully get actual Crimson Witch of Flame stuff. It is here, right? Yeah. Okay, lava walker. So many, Is that? No, that's Witch of Flame. No, don't do that one. Yep. Well, I got some hourglasses. Neither of which are that great. Some. Nope. that. Clay. Clay. Send.
These bombs. Oh, thanks for helping me gather so much stuff.
Yep, and that is her 4. Range bonus, oh my god. Also defend. Where's my Oh wow. I did not realize she had that one. Okay then. Nope. And down.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Lee and you.
Ta-da! Clee is here!
Oh, I need to wait. No, not. Oop.
La la la!
Whee!
Hey, Kali and Eula! Oh, Adia is here too! Hey, it's the Traveler in Paimon! How are you? Did you rest well?
Yeah. Wasn't farming or
Yep,
anything.
This is a comfortable place to rest. I guess that's one thing here that's better than the desert. But other than that, there's not much going for this place.
Saying things like that isn't going to help, Adia.
But it's the truth. The desert is full of terrible memories for me. Being there was like... yeah, like wading through thick mud.
That's a weird way to put it. Actually, if you hadn't mentioned it, Paimon would have already forgotten that this domain is in the desert. I know what you mean. The air here isn't at all like the desert. It's very humid. Almost as if we're in the rainforest. It's a very familiar feeling for me.
I mean, just look around.
Everyone looks well rested. If you're ready, we can start making our way to the jungle north of here.
Good luck, everyone! I'll be rooting for you!
Hold on. I said we, didn't I? No need to say goodbye, because you're coming too.
Huh?
Ouch.
But wait, I'm just the mascot!
You can't back out this time, Adia. The manager of the fairgrounds is waiting to see you. She said Adia is the only person who could help.
Fairgrounds.
Yes, Kale and I discovered a fairgrounds in the forest.
The person in charge of it seems to be a Spontamod scholar. A scholar? But what's she doing there? Researching the forest ley lines?
Oh, I wish there were ley lines here that I could ever study. Anyway, I know who you're talking about. I'd better come along then.
I wonder who it could be.
Ta-ta-ta. Woo!
Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Very. Found you. My chest. Mine.
Glad there weren't any poisonous mushrooms inside. Just like we rehearsed! Rest and rebuild! Jumpy dumpy go! Da-da-da! Yeah!
God. Doop.
La la la!
Dee.
Yay! Shiny! Woo!
God, I just realized how low her HP actually is. Oh my god. Doop. Challenge. Doop. Doop. Pop and pop.
It's important to replenish your supplies often when you're out in the wild.
Doop. What is this? When she picked up a thing, you can. Oh. Okay.
It's important to replenish your supplies often when you're out in the wild. Allow me! Boing, boing!
Actually, I feel like he would go good with go good as a
Maybe there's even more buried
burgeoning team.
All expenses paid travel? Count me in.
Points. Do. Oop. What are you doing? Huh? Ooh. Huh? 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 And then your friend. Ooh. Yay.
Wow, I've never seen half the stuff in here before.
You bring a friend. Okay. Uh. Oh. Oh, wait, what? Okay.
Ooh,
That's
maybe I
done.
could curl up inside this box.
Oh my god.
Finally, someone has arrived.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Maimuna. We've brought Adia with us.
Why are your eyes glowing too? Why are...
Thank you, Kale. It's been quite some time since I've seen you, Idia. To be honest, I didn't think you'd actually show up. If anything, I thought you'd be curled up somewhere crying alone.
Everybody is thinking that.
You shouldn't be saying things like that.
Doesn't seem to be the first time Paimon's heard someone say that about Adia, though.
You want to see me cry? Fine. I'll stop crying right here.
No, please don't.
All right, I shouldn't have said that. Now, who are these two?
Hi, I'm the traveler.
Paimon is Paimon!
They're reliable helpers. Lucky for you that I found them. You'd better be more careful about how you speak to them, okay?
Of course. Good to meet you. You may call me Maimuna. For the sake of time, we should forego the usual pleasantries. Please follow me.
Doop doop. There are gonna be so many things that are around here. And this is probably why it ended up being... This has 30 days for it. Or like 40.
Wow! Look at that huge tent!
Amazing, isn't it? I helped make it. What fun would a fairground be without a tent, right?
Really? Paimon knew you couldn't be so pathetic. You just act modest all the time to hide your actual abilities.
God.
Huh?
What is it, Kale?
Sorry. I'm not sure if I should tell you. I'm afraid it might dampen the mood.
That's not important. Please, just speak your mind.
Well, there are lots of vendor booths set up here, but there's no one running them. In fact, there's no one at this fair at all.
Yeah.
It looks pretty deserted.
The truth is, this used to be an exciting and bustling place. But just a few days ago, something happened, and it seemed like...
Like, the world was suddenly flipped upside down?
Yes, exactly. Something fell from the central hub into the tent and knocked down the crystal light that was hanging at the top.
Oh, the crystal light.
Mm-hmm. I remember a certain someone said that we should have beautiful lights to celebrate at a fair, and made us that crystal light. But once the light fell, the tent became a complete mess and the Hydro Eidolons were trapped inside.
Oh.
Just when I was at my wit's end, a man from the Lawrence clan came and offered his assistance.
Oh.
Wait, he offered to help you?
Yes, and he refused to listen to any of my warnings. He just walked straight into the tent, and then...
And then?
Yes? And then?
Yeah! Don't leave us hanging here! What happened?
And that's it. He became trapped inside along with the Hydro Eidolons.
Yet another victim.
Oh no! We have to do something! We can't just leave him there, Maimuna!
I know, but the situation inside might be more difficult than you think. You should mentally prepare yourselves.
Just talking about it is a waste of time. Since we're already here, let's go and scout out the situation ourselves.
All right, this way, please.
Doop-a-doop-a-doop.
There used to be a large stage inside, but after everything got shaken up, it seems the very nature of the entire place was altered. The lamps and crystal light that were hanging above have all fallen down, which makes repairs near impossible.
Wait, so you mean it's difficult to move around in there?
Yes, mainly because of the lights. Do any of you have experience being on stage? Once the stage lights turn on, everyone's attention is focused on you.
Oh boy.
I can't stand that feeling. Having everyone's attention focused solely on me would just make me feel terrible.
Me too! I'm no good at speaking in front of people. And then to have everyone staring at you. Ugh. Just the thought of it makes me shudder.
Sounds like you have some things you haven't been able to let go of yet.
Please don't laugh. I'm trying my best to change that, but there are still some things I can't overcome. Like when there's a lot of people around, or when people are staring at me.
No, there's nothing funny about that. And you know what? It's not a bad thing to care when other people are looking. That's my opinion anyway. Think about it. Only people who have high standards for themselves would worry about failing to meet others' expectations. You have many good qualities, Kale. I bet if you had to learn dance since childhood like myself, then you'd be an even better dancer than me.
No way! That would be impossible.
I can relate. I know exactly how she feels.
Maybe we should find a time for you to learn with me. And one day, you will become an outstanding dancer too. By that time, you'll be so focused on performing your beautiful moves that you'll no longer worry about an audience watching you.
Wow. Yula's so passionate about this that she's practically glowing now. Really? You do that? You wouldn't think I look stupid and secretly laugh at me, would you?
No.
You really think I'm that kind of person? Fine. Vengeance will be mine.
Oh, no! Of course not. Alright, please teach me.
Seems there's no need for me to warn you again. Anyway, you just need to open the curtain and you'll be able to see the stage.
Huh. Do 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 do.
Wait! What's that thing in the middle there?
That's my crystal light! It's been locked up.
Well, let's figure out a way to fix this. Looks like we need to raise the platform underneath the crystal light.
If I remember correctly, the stage controls should be somewhere around here.
Oh, rotate. Oh, it's raising. Why is it raising?
It seems we have to use the colorful lens to make the light change colors.
Hey. List oblige, no list oblige. Bring the ascendant. Doop. This reminds me. I would actually really like that game. Doop 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 doop. Doop 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 doop. Gotta carry her. Cable. Game. Okay. Yep. Of course. Oh. Fuck you, game. Alright. And I am actually going to save that. Rest of that. Who all can use that? Okay then. That means
Aristocratic etiquette is all just...
I'm just going to give her that flat out and up it. Where are you? Fine. You do. Of course. I'm curious how my pale flames are. Pale flame, pale flame. Oh, I have actually gotten a decent amount. Why does this one have why do all of these ones end up with... So actually, switch. That's right, I can't level her up.
Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart.
That's one way of shining new light on the problem.
Hey, Maimuna? Do you happen to know someone named Sino?
Oh, never heard that name before. Why do you ask?
Oh, never mind then. Paimon was just thinking you two would have a lot in common.
Back to the situation at hand. We should probably head into the passageway that opened now.
Mine.
Hello? Is anyone here? If you can hear me, please help!
Lessig Lawrence?
Who are you? Who has the audacity to utter my full name?
You sure don't look like you're in any condition to be talking like that.
Yep. He's a member of the Lawrence clan, all right. Even though he's hanging on by a thread, he still insists on clinging to meaningless etiquette.
You. What are you doing here? Huh. Have you come here to mock me, Eula?
If you would just think for a moment, it should be pretty obvious why we are here. Yet, now you're intentionally trying to provoke me? Of course, you don't have to accept my help. After all, aristocrats are naturally superior and need no help from others.
Yes, thanks for the reminder. I don't need help from the likes of you.
I don't think he really means it, Eula. His tone was harsh, but he keeps glancing at you from the corner of his eyes. It's my opinion as the healer that he needs help.
No. No, he doesn't.
Okay. He's been trapped for so long that it seems he's forgotten how to hold a decent conversation. How ridiculous. Let's go. We'll leave the stage to this person who'd rather save face than save his own life.
Hey, no, wait! Halt! You cannot just leave me here. We're both of the Lawrence bloodline after all. Helping me when necessary certainly won't tarnish your prestige. If anything, my embarrassing predicament will be overshadowed by your virtuous deed. We must uphold the prestige and dignity of the family.
This is the best reason you could come up with? You think tacking on the word family will be enough to talk me into helping you? You should be ashamed for your careless actions. It's because of you that we all had to come here.
Seems everyone in the Lawrence clan is this way. They'll do anything to save face.
Even though she sounds harsh.
All right. Looks like it's time for the mascot to step in. Here you go. One for Eula, and one for Lessig.
What is this? Candy?
Candy!
Thanks.
Oh, the smell! It's just like the aroma I smelled coming from the lens.
Yes, that's right. Enjoying something sweet always lightens the mood.
Oh, thank you, Miss Mascot. I certainly do feel much better now.
So he's willing to thank someone else, but not me.
Eula has been worrying about you the past few days.
Oh, don't say
and
that.
asked me several times regarding how to find you. But now that you two have been reunited, I won't have to keep answering her questions anymore. Oh, I'm so happy.
Let me clarify one thing. I don't care what happens to him. If you're going to keep saying nonsense like this, then...
Eula will never admit that she actually cares about him.
Yeah, you're probably right.
If you're going to keep saying nonsense like this, then at least give me another piece of candy.
Oh, sure. I still have more.
Sorry. I admit my mistake. I know I've caused heaps of trouble for all of you.
Why couldn't you have just said that earlier?
I'm back. Oh? Have you already finished catching up? Why are you all looking at me?
Oh, nothing. Don't mind us.
All right, then let's clean things up here and keep working our way toward getting the crystal light fixed. There's no need to push yourself in your condition, Lessig.
I'll take him and find some place for him to rest. I happen to be a little tired myself.
All right. I'll leave my cousin to you then.
You may
You'd
not
better rest up and
though.
regain your strength before we settle things, Lessig.
Must not taint the bloodline with Almander.
Now, let's see if there's any way to keep raising the platform higher. We probably will...
Strange. Is that really the Lessig that I know?
You shouldn't always judge people based on the way you knew them before. People change, and people can always make different choices.
The colored pieces of the bolt have melted.
Yes, the lens is made of materials that are easily melted by light.
Is it me, or do I smell something sweet here?
Oh, look! There's a water droplet over there!
A hydroidolin. It must have been trapped in the curtain. But at least it seems to be okay.
Yay! Ooh. Okay, I'm curious. Eat. Oh, no. Huh. Heh. Up, 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 up. Oop. Wait, how do we... Oh. I see now. This rotate.
More speed.
Wait. Ah. Oh, shite. Oop. Oop. Alright. Okay. I cannot turn that. Oh wait, it won't evaporate in this light. Right. Up we go. Out we go. Install. Rotate. Doop-a-doop-a-doop.
Wow. And Paimon thought it looked big from the outside. This place is massive!
It is a magical tent, after all. The inside is much larger than it appears from the outside.
It's bigger on the
Have you
inside.
heard stories with this sort of thing before?
Yeah. Plenty.
Oh, another path has appeared! This should be the last level.
Yes, don't worry. We're almost to the top of the tent. The last thing we need to do is raise the crystal light to the very top of the tent. After the stage collapsed, I realized that having it raised only halfway makes it look a lot like the stage at the Grand Bazaar. Have any of you visited the Grand Bazaar before?
Tons of times,
No,
actually.
I haven't.
I have. I've gone there a few times with Master Tainari. The place is bustling with all kinds of vendors. And if you're lucky, you can see Nulu perform her dance.
Oh, a dance from Sumeru? I'd like to see that myself. If only it were on the way back, then we could stop there.
It doesn't matter if it's on the way or not. I would be happy to take you whenever you have time, Eula.
Great. I'll take you up on that offer.
They've been to the Grand Bazaar.
Yeah. Now that Paimon thinks about it, we've already been there more times than Paimon can remember.
It's like it's
Really?
the main
My
road.
father used to help with festivities at the Grand Bazaar and would always give me candy during the events. I was just a kid and didn't understand anything. I was happy as long as he gave me some candy. To me, fairs and festivals were the best things ever.
Because of the
I
candy?
always thought my father was amazing and wanted to be just like him when I grew up.
Why are
But
her
aren't
eyes
you a
glowing?
scholar
Why
in
is all
academia, Mayuna?
everybody's hair blue?
As far as I know, scholars seldom could spend time doing anything but research. I doubt you could have time to assist your father in preparing festivities.
Yeah, seems you read me like a book. When I had the choice between becoming who I wanted to be and who my parents wanted me to be, I ended up choosing the latter. But I was never happy about it.
Huh. That's almost the exact opposite of Eula's situation.
You must have already realized that. Why else would you set up all the booths here and make this place like a fairgrounds?
Yes, but I'm still not as happy as I imagined I would be. I realized that attending a fair and running a fair are two completely different things.
Yep.
The main reason my childhood was so fun and carefree is because my family worked hard. But my father knew how difficult and tiring running a fair could be, so he wanted to push me towards academics. But in the end, I didn't do well in either. I gave up on myself and resorted to investigating ley lines in the desert. Some things happened, and then I accidentally ended up here. I finally had a chance to make my wish of running a fair come true. But after seeing everything come crashing down, I feel like I've lost the strength to go on.
It's not as bad as you make it out to be, Maimuna. No need to feel so down. You have the courage to change, and you've been actively guiding us on this journey. Someone who's given up on themselves could never do these things.
Oh, Collei.
I understand my
sweet.
situation better than anyone. You don't need to try to comfort me.
Oh, we're gonna
It's
comfort.
not that I'm trying to comfort you. It's just that people sometimes don't realize that their actions speak louder than words. Believe me, this is something that I learned from my time together with Eula.
Oh, what are you trying to say?
Oh, nothing. Now, let's get that crystal light fixed.
All right.
Oop, oop. Okay. Eep. Rotate. Install. Rotate. Enter the preprint. Oh boy.
Yep.
Yay! Super easy platform section. Oh my god, that is adorable.
Good. That should do it.
Ooh, pretty.
Hey, Edea! We're back!
Oh, I was starting to wonder what was taking you so long. But don't worry, Lessig is recovering well. I'm pretty good at taking care of people. Seems I found another good thing about myself.
Hmm.
I don't know if I should be worried for him or happy for her.
The shadow. It's massive. Wait. The shadow just now. It's.
Seems he still might need a little more time to recover.
Oh my
Tell
god,
me,
what did you
everything
do
go
to
well
him?
For you all?
Of course. With a team like the Traveler, Paimon, Collei, and Eula, they're at least 40 times more reliable than you ever were.
Ouch.
Only 40 times more reliable? That means I'm still pretty good then.
Oh my god.
I guess it's impossible to feel like you've lost once you've already given up. I'm a little concerned about how comfortable you are with that.
Huh? What has happened? How did I get outside of the tent? Ah, that's right. I remember meeting Eula, and then... my head.
Oh, you're awake now. Don't worry. That's just a side effect of your treatment, Lessig.
What you do to
I'm afraid
him?
I still feel a little disoriented.
I'm scared to... Yeah.
Lessig Lawrence.
Oh, it's you, Eula. All right, I'll do it. I'll come back to Mondstadt with you and abandon my wild efforts to restore the Lawrence clan.
Interesting. Now you want to talk. Seems like you've had a change of heart. In that case, maybe you'll be able to explain everything in detail for us now.
I admit it, yes. I came here in hopes of finding a way to restore the Lawrence clan to its former glory.
Like most
It
of
was
the
a long
Lawrence
journey,
clan.
and I didn't always know the way. I passed through Liyue and Sumeru. There was even a time when I lost my wallet and had to live in the wild. But the peculiar thing is, I realized that nobody knew me out there. And not a single person even cared about the Lawrence clan.
Yeah.
You and I are like glass pawns that were raised in shackles. We were taught to act like nobles, but outside the walls of our home, the people of Mondstadt despised us.
And the rest of the world
Such
just doesn't even know
pompous,
you.
Hateful and stubborn teaching. It all culminated to making us cling to the old aristocratic dogma in an attempt to maintain our pride.
Oh,
It's like a
good job, you
never-ending
figured this out.
game of tug of war, but it is meaningless.
Down with the nobles.
You understand. Or I should say, you have already long understood. But I'm afraid that I have only just realized this.
Paimon sorta understands what Lessig is saying.
Everything he said is true. Your family is probably unaware that you've already changed how you see things.
Yes, this has all happened recently. After coming to this domain, I realized the Mondstadt that I want is one where not everyone fears me. All that I and many other members of the Lawrence clan long for is a place where we can live peacefully with others.
Lessig, both you and I never had anything to do with the glory of the Lawrence clan. That is all in the past. We are just ordinary people.
I originally planned on returning to Mondstadt after taking care of things here. I never thought you would come here. I was completely shocked, which is why I reacted like I did. I'm sorry.
See, people can always make different choices. And it seems that Lessig has also chosen to become someone he truly wants to be.
Yes, about that. I'm afraid I haven't quite found my own purpose in life yet.
That's all right. Being able to clearly choose between becoming who you want to be and who your parents wanted you to be is already a step in the right direction. How to find true happiness is probably one of the most difficult research topics of all.
I have a suggestion for you, Lessig. Why don't you return to Mondstadt and tell your parents what you just told us?
They'll probably try to tear me limb from limb. But what about you? Did you ever tell your family about what you think?
This is something that I've been thinking about, too. Perhaps the two of us can sit down with the rest of the clan and discuss it with them. The Lawrence clan is just like this stage. It was once home to glorious performances, but those days are now long gone. And it is time for the stage to be updated.
Down with the nobles.
She's so solid and tough, but also clear and open, like an ice cube. Is that why she's able to dance anytime and anywhere she wishes?
Are you all done talking now?
Yes, I think so. By the way, that is for you. Please take it. I found it on Lessig earlier.
Nice.
Oh, it's one of the missing waited all this time? Why didn't you give it to me earlier?
Well, you didn't ask. All right, I admit it. I forgot about it.
Good job.
Okay, we'll let the Traveler hold on to it for now.
Yonk!
Hmm? Wait, this looks like... It looks pretty familiar. Have we seen one of these before?
It's a candy box.
Ah, right! I also bought a similar box at the last festival.
Yes, people often use this kind of box for candy at festivals. This was one of the materials originally used to create the tent. But now that the tent has been repaired, we no longer need it.
Huh. That's convenient.
Eating the candy from the box as an adult will never be as delicious as it was when you were a kid.
Oh,
But if you really
never
think
know.
about it, there are way more things you can eat as an adult.
Ah, so when it comes down to it, eating candy is sort of like life. It's just another choice.
Life is full of choices.
So, as of now, we've already collected 3 of the missing components. Only 1 more to go. I'm sorry that repairing the tent took so much of everyone's time. You should all head back and have a rest. I'll lead the way.
Okay. Still need to is that water droplet we saved a while back? Huh. LA is really intense. Do. Oh. How do I get up there? Oh god, there's a lot here. High flying act. Hey.
Yep.
Oop.
Ooh, maybe I could curl up inside this box. Ah.
Mine. Mine. Begin game. Ox. Crocodile. Ox? What? Oh. Doop. Doop. Shit. Okay, it's box. Crocky. Second box. Little guy. Candy cane. Ox. Crocodiles. Ox. Little guy. Candy cane. Yay! Fine.
Ooh, maybe I could curl up inside this box.
Yay! Okay, so there's just a bunch of little Huh? Okay, so this whole area is just gonna end up becoming like a little hub, isn't it? Doop, doop, doop. Sketching.
Something's come up? Yeah.
Free chest. Mine.
That's everything. On to the next.
So we shrink when we go in this stupid thing? How does one go all the way up there? And of course, you go straight through those. What do we have? Oh, I have something here. Shit. Wait, push. Oh! 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 Okay, hold on. Move. Install. Pick that up. Install. Doop. Doop! Yay!
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Incoming.
Potato, cabbage, potato. What is this? Yay!
You give, you receive.
I'm up. Something's off. Yay!
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Doop 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 doop. That was that game. Where?
Don't blink. Hey!
Nope. Up. Okay.
Speed of light. Hey!
And nope. Ah! I see.
Hold the line.
Ouch! Covenant of the Deep!
Let's move out.
Doop 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 doop.
Incoming! Cut to the chase!
Heh. I didn't even need to get Diluc out. It's just...
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Okay. Ha. There's... Oh, yeah, I can definitely see why this is going on for so long. Oop.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Huh. Oop. Oop. Yay! Ooh! Oh! 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 I figured out. One more. One more. Ooh, up there. Mine, mine, mine.
Don't blink.
Mine. Huh. Oh, perfect.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Okay, and it has a cooldown. Cool. Oh. Oh.
Boing, boing, boom! Hi-ya!
Ah.
Hi-ya! Boo! Fallen Emma, help! Allow me! Incoming! Sparks!
Do.
Rest and rebuild! Hey!
Oh.
Yep.
Hit, hit, hit.
Don't blink!
Okay. Oh, right, that's how you get wood just by hitting tree. I completely
That's
forgot about that.
On to the next.
Doop. Oh. I see. Yay!
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned. Speed of light! Hey!
Up go. It's just... Oh. Oh, that tunnel leads into... Oh, okay. So...
Incoming!
of light. Hey! Nowhere to hide.
Ah, so much meat.
Don't blink. Yeah, hit.
Okay, and just.
You give, you receive.
Okay. Eat. Oh, wait. Up. God, fuck you! Hey.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
What? Wow!
Speed of light! Let's move out.
Come on. Oh. Come on. Come on. Oh. That one, that one, that one. Yep. Come on. Doop-a-doop. Hey.
Provisions are vital.
Oh.
Don't blink! Billowing surge! Let's move. We should make the most of these supplies.
What'd I get? Oh. Neat. Want to play hide and seek? Oh boy. Found you. Found you.
Speed of light! Hey!
Who? Where? Oh, jeez. There you are.
It's important to replenish your supplies often when you're out in the water.
Oop.
Dodoko? Dodoko, where are you?
Okay. Just teleport back. Okay. Jeez.
Hey, Kokomi! You're already here! Oh, you're back. I trust your adventures to the forest went smoothly? Yep, you could say that. How about you? Up to anything today? Well, I suppose it's time I told you that as the Divine Priestess of Watatsumi Island, I shouldn't actually be here now. The truth is that a relic known as the Shinro Casket was lost from Watatsumi Island long ago. But recently, an orb matching the relic's description suddenly began emitting light, almost as if it was guiding people to it. This is what led me to find the relic's whereabouts.
This is what you meant by brightening her
I wasn't lying when I said that. Goro has often told me that sitting at home reading light novels is not the best of practices, and that I should try to get out more. As I made my way from Watatsumi Island to Sumeru, I enjoyed a variety of breathtaking sights. It really is a beautiful nation. I even stayed in the rainforest for several days. I was surprised to find that the relic had ended up in the desert. I knew it was somewhere here, but I still couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Though I feel that Idia was not intentionally trying to hide anything from us, this domain does have plenty of secrets. I'm sure you've sensed that too.
Definitely. Yeah, but... well, she knows Alice. Yeah.
Now that you mention it, a lot did happen today.
You tell Kokomi everything that happened at the fairgrounds.
I see. When you found Lessig, did you also happen to find any clues related to this domain?
I don't think so.
I'm afraid that he was caught up in his thoughts and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Actually, before the world was flipped upside down, this domain didn't look anything like this. Hey everyone! Oh, I hope we're not interrupting your conversation. It's alright. You two did a lot today. Care to join me for a cup of tea? Sure! That would be perfect! Eula and I just made some snacks.
Turns out Idia has a cooking stove and oven. Seriously, why didn't she mention it earlier?
She forgot.
Oh, so did you make us some moon pies?
No, I made something called storm crust pie. You should try one, traveler.
And I made some pita pockets. You could try some, Kokomi. It should taste great with tea. Sorry, I should call you General.
No, no.
Oh, I would be happy to try some. By the way, Eula, how's your cousin doing now?
How was his treatment? What was his treatment?
Him. You would never guess, but he's busy over by the oven now.
Attractions unlocked. Like, Also, I saw this in the cutscene. Okay, let's check this out. Attention visitors below. Attention visitors below. You are in marking range. What is supporting? What is what? Oh. Hello. So what are you planning? Oh, it... A suspicious engineer offers proof written in obtuse legalese. Okay, I just want to shoot things. Oh, what the hell? Rocco Cannon! Hit targets, hit balloons, okay. Open water! Okay. Let's play. Destroying. Oop. Oop. Nope. Fire! Fire everything! God. Okay, what is... Huh, 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 huh. Yeah, I think I got that. Let's play. Multiple hits. Oop. Come on, move faster. Overflowing. Hit everything. Okay, that's kind of fun. Okay, next. Nope. Why is everybody's hair blue and eyes blue? Why? I'm blue, dappa-dee. Fried rice balls and stick. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Okay. Pulls out a package from her bag, quickly invades the moment, strange toy. Low howling sound stretch. Does sound quite novel. Okay. Can these even be mass-produced within a year? Oh boy. Score 3,000. Oh, okay. Go all the way over here. Doop. Doop doop. Ow. Ow. Doop doop doop. Doop 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 doop. Doop doop. Okay. Doop. Mine. A challenge. Okay. Okay, and that's part of the dancing one is also. Teleport. Apparently there's no closer teleport. Oh. Oh, this is how you get Layla. What is mine even at? I feel like I have her at a decent... Oh, no, I don't. Eh. Frog. Frog. Mr. Fly. Mr. Fly. Oh. I built it. Every step you take is overflowing with an intoxicating warriors. You want a dancel bass. Yes. What? Anything can be a weapon? Okay. It's a hardy combat trial. Okay. I'm gonna flip. Okay, so that's how Port challenge begins. You can adjust your party, various... Okay. Doop doop. Oh. Boy. Okay, this one. Center. Center. Yay.
That's everything. On to the next.
Where is it? Over here. Oop. Hey! Leave me alone. Oop. Doop. Doop, doop, doop. Whee! Okay. Let's. Doop, doop, doop. Right, I still need to find... Here is how you get up there. Dancing flash thought thing. Eight opponents to accumulate honed. Okay. So you... that works. No actual, DPS.
Here! I see everything! Sharing my knowledge!
This dance is for you.
Hi! Colin Amber, help!
Wait.
Grow! Make yourself a home! Covenant of the Deep! Just like we rehearsed! The Temple of Wisdom!
Okay.
Everyone hold hands!
Dance with the waves.
Positions! Allow me! Torrent, bring refuge!
Doop.
Here! Sharing my knowledge! Try this on for size! Rest and rebuild! Billowing surge!
Okay, I do not get it in the...
Committed to memory!
Wait, 150 seconds. That's...
Make yourselves at home!
All eyes on me.
With all my strength! Grow!
Okay. 2 minutes 30 seconds. Jeez. Select stage. Damage dealt by Catalyst. Oh, that's just asking for Lee, but... Hmm. What? Lee? You... We'll see. Probably not gonna go well.
As one with wind and cloud.
Emerge. Right here.
Allow me! Blazing delight!
Emerge. Right now. Right here. I'm always watching.
Covenants of the Deep! Rest and rebuild!
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds call.
Blow up everybody!
A sight to behold. Right now. Emerge.
Have a little taste.
Hold the line!
As one with wind and cloud.
La la la! Blazing delight! Torrents, bring refuge!
I should have had a...
Rest and rebuild! Up, help it out!
Right now. Emerge. Right here.
What's this?
Sparks and flash!
Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Right here. Right now.
Hold the line! Billowing surge!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. The wind knows me.
Blazing delight! Woo!
Clouds high.
Yeah, I'm not doing this in the time limit.
Sight to behold.
What? Nope, I'm just exiting. Okay.
Nothing lasts forever. Oh.
Taking a turn for the better.
Cut to the chase. Emerge. Right now. Right here.
I see everything. Sharing my knowledge. The doctor will see you now.
Remember,
Don't blink. Hey! Nowhere to hide. A sight to behold.
Make yourselves at home.
That tingle?
mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
Incoming. With sword comes shadow.
Committed to memory.
Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
A bitter pill to swallow.
The Temple of Wisdom. Grow, grow, grow.
You really know how to get... Right now. Right here. Nothing lasts forever.
Remember, health comes first.
The doctor.
Don't blink. Incoming. Hey! Right now. Right here. Right now.
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
Sharing my knowledge.
Don't blink. Got lucky that time. Nowhere to hide. A sight to behold. Emerge. Right now.
The doctor will see you now.
Taking a turn for the better.
Yeah. Am I really just gonna go with full bloom? Oh, you know what? Hold on. Oh, this team might not do bad. Doop-a-doop.
Remember, health comes first. Mind the side effects.
Here comes the catch.
The Temple of Wisdom. Committed to memory.
Shine down. Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered.
Taking a turn for the better.
Busted. Things are about to get tight.
Make yourselves at home. Everyone hold hands.
Now you shall perish.
Yeah, this team's better.
There is no escape.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
Game's up. Game's over.
The Temple of Wisdom. Grow, grow.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
You need to hurry up.
Sharing my knowledge.
Mind the side effects. Remember, health.
Gotcha.
Now you shall perish.
Things are about to get dicey.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Make yourselves at home. I see everything.
Seems like an emergency.
Shine down. Torn to oblivion.
Sharing my knowledge. Hey,
Here comes the cash. Quietly now.
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn.
Inazuma shines eternal!
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a team that works. Bravo.
You give.
Thank you, kind sir. What is this? Over here. Oh, this thing. Okay. Passing traveler, yada yada. Bitches are the coolest! Oh my god. Bitches. Finches. Bitches. Bitches. God. Okay. That one is the cutest. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Cool. Let's go. During the another round? I haven't even played one. Oh, there are quite a few. Nope. Okay. Oh, that was bad. Stop. Okay. Is 10 a good score? Does that get me gold? Yes. Okay. Oh. Oh, shit. Ha 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 ha. Yeah! Attract other... Huh. Huh? You know, it doesn't matter too much. Please launch again. Stage select, and then, yeah. Oh, fuck you, game. Okay. Ooh, nice. Shit! God damn it. Okay. Yeah! Okay. Sweet. Climb. Climb. Flame all. Flame. Ooh, I got some character XP.
These bombs, so heavy.
Doot. Okay, so this is something. Ah, neat.
That's everything. On to the next.
Okay. Still have no idea how you actually managed to get up there. No, maybe. You do a little climbing? I doubt this is the actual way, but...
Don't blink! Hey!
Yay! Okay, I know your friend wants you, but of course there's nothing around. You alright? We're almost there. I'll show you. There you go. Good job.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Oh, I never actually went all the way up. Oh, jeez.
Incoming!
The hell? Ow!
Jumpy Dumpty go! Rusted. Hi!
Speed of light! Hey! With sword comes shadow.
Chest.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Oh. Come on back down. Let me on. Ooh. Oh. Something's off. Investigate. Huh. Okay. Oh, push. Stall. Oh. Doop doop doop. Oh. Over here. Stop. Yeah.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Doop 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 doop. Oh, wait. Let me up. Do 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 do. Yay! Shh! No! Not the chest.
You give, you receive.
And now, yeah!
Incoming.
Fine. Something's off. Where are we going? What is this? This doesn't seem spooky at all. Big? Ah, chest.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Of course, there's even more. I need to go back here to... Can I teleport to... Can! Sweet! Oop. Mine.
You give, you receive.
Yay! And there's still all that stuff. Okay. Quite a bit to do. I think I'm gonna call it here. About 6-ish hours almost. Yeah.